so that even their sheltered clearing had a fresh dusting of powdery snow. After 2 nights of little sleep, Harry's senses seemed more alert than usual. Their escape from Godric's Hollow had been so narrow that Voldemort seemed somehow closer than before, more threatening. As darkness drew in again, Harry refused Hermione's offer to keep watch and told her to go to bed. Harry moved an old cushion into the tent mouth and sat down, wearing all the sweaters he owned, but even so, still shivery. The darkness deepened with the passing hours until it was virtually impenetrable. He was on the point of taking out the Marauders map so as to watch Ginny's dock for a while, before he remembered that it was the Christmas holidays and that she would be back at the Burrow. Every tiny movement seemed magnified in the vastness of the forest. Harry knew that it must be full of living creatures. He wished they would all remain still and silent, so that he could separate their innocent scurryings and prowlings from noises that might proclaim other sinister meanings. He remembered the sound of a cloak slithering over dead leaves many years ago, and at once thought he heard it again before mentally shaking himself. Their particular enchantments had worked for weeks. Why should they break now? Throw off the feeling that something was different tonight. Several times he jerked upright, his neck aching because he had fallen asleep, slumped at an awkward angle against the side of the tent. The night reached such a depth of velvety blackness that he might have been suspended in limbo between disapparition and apparition. He had just held up a hand in front of his face to see whether he could make out his fingers, when it happened. Bright silver light appeared right ahead of him, moving through the trees. Instead of a source, it was moving soundlessly. The light seemed simply to drift towards him. He jumped to his feet, his voice frozen in his throat, and raised Hermione's wand. He screwed up his eyes as the light became blinding, the trees in front of it pitch black in silhouette, and still it came closer. Then the source of the light stepped out from behind an oak. It was a silver-white doe, bright and dazzling, picking her way over the ground, still silent, and leaving no footprints in the fine powder of snow. She stepped towards him, her beautiful head, its wide, long-lashed eyes held high. Harry stared, filled with wonder, not at her strangeness, but at her inexplicable familiarity. He felt that he had been waiting for her to come, but that he had forgotten until this moment that they had arranged to meet. His impulse to shout for Hermione, which had been so strong a moment ago, had gone. He knew, he would have staked his life on it, that she had come for him, alone. They gazed at each other for several long moments, and then she turned and walked away. "No," he said, and his voice was cracked with lack of use. "Come back." She continued to step deliberately through the trees, and soon her brightness was striped by their thick black trunks. For one trembling second he hesitated. Caution, murmured, could be a trick. Trap. But instinct, overwhelming instinct, told him that this was not dark magic. He set off in pursuit. Snow crunched beneath his feet, but the doe made no noise as she passed through the trees, for she was nothing but light. Deeper and deeper into the forest she led him, and Harry walked quickly, sure that when she stopped, she would allow him to approach her properly. And then she would speak, and the voice would tell him what he needed to know. At last, she came to a halt. She turned her beautiful head towards him once more, and he broke into a run, Christian burning in him. But as he opened his lips to ask it, she vanished. Though the darkness had swallowed her whole, Her burnished image was still imprinted on his retinas. It obscured his vision, brightening when he lowered his eyelids, disorientating him. Now, fear came. Her presence had meant safety. "Lumos," he whispered, and the wand tip ignited. The imprint of the doe faded away with every blink of his eyes as he stood there, listening to the sounds of the forest, to distant crackles of twigs, soft swishes of snow. Was he about to be attacked? Had she enticed him into an ambush? Was he imagining that somebody stood beyond the reach of the wand light, watching him? He held the wand higher. Nobody ran out at him. No flash of green light burst from behind a tree. Why then had she led him to this spot? Something gleamed in the light of the wand, and Harry spun about. But all that was there was a small frozen pool, its cracked black surface glittering as he raised the wand higher to examine it. He moved forwards rather cautiously and looked down. The ice reflected his distorted shadow with a beam of wand light. But deep below the thick, misty grey carapace, something else glinted. Great silver eyes. His heart skipped into his mouth. He dropped to his knees at the pool's edge and angled the wand so as to flood the bottom of the pool with as much light as possible. A glint of deep red. It was a sword with glittering rubies in its hilt. The sword of Gryffindor was lying at the bottom of the forest pool. Barely breathing, he stared down. How was this possible? How could it have come to be lying in a forest pool this close to the place where they were camping? Had some unknown magic drawn Hermione to this spot? Or was the girl, which he had taken to be a Patronus, some kind of guardian of the pool? Or had the sword been put into the pool after they had arrived, precisely because they were here? In which case, where was the person who had wanted to pass it to Harry? Again, he directed the wand at the surrounding trees and bushes, searching for a human outline to the glint of an eye. Not seeing anyone there. Who will say, a little more fear deadened his exhilaration as he returned his attention to the sword reposing upon the bottom of the frozen pool. He pointed his wand at the silvery shape, murmured, "Sio's sword." Stirred. He had not expected him to. If it had been that easy, the sword would have lain on the ground for him to pick up, not in the depths of a frozen pool. He set off around the circle of ice, thinking hard about the last time the sword had delivered itself to him. He had been in terrible danger then, but had asked for help. Help, but the sword remained upon the pool bottom, indifferent, motionless. What was it? Harry asked himself, walking again. And Dumbledore had told him the last time he retrieved the sword. Only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that out of the hat. And what were the qualities that defined a Gryffindor? A small voice inside Harry's head answered him. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. Harry stopped walking, let out a long sigh, his smoky breath dispersing rapidly upon the frozen air. If he was honest with himself, he had thought it might come to this from the moment he had spotted the sword through the ice. He glanced around at the surrounding trees again, and was convinced now that nobody was going to attack him. They had had their chance as he walked alone through the forest, had had plenty of opportunity as he examined the pool. The only reason to delay at this point was because the immediate prospect was so deeply uninviting. With fumbling fingers, Harry started to remove his many layers of clothing. Where chivalry entered into this, he thought ruefully, he was not entirely sure, unless it counted as chivalrous that he was not calling for Hermione to do it in his stead. An owl hooted somewhere as he stripped off, and he thought with a pang of Hedwig. He was shivering now, his teeth chattering horribly, and yet he continued to strip off until at last he stood there in his underwear, barefooted in the snow. He placed the pouch containing his wand, his mother's letter, the shard of Sirius's mirror, and the old snitch on top of his clothes. Then he pointed Hermione's wand at the ice. Diffindo! It cracked with a sound like a bullet in the silence. The surface of the pool broke, and chunks of dark ice rocked on the ruffled water. As far as Harry could judge, it was not deep, but to retrieve the sword, he would have to submerge himself completely. Contemplating the task ahead would not make it easier, or the water warmer. He stepped to the pool's edge, placed Hermione's wand on the ground, still lit. Then, trying not to imagine how much colder he was about to become, or how violently he would soon be shivering, he jumped. Every pore of his body screamed in protest. The very air in his lungs seemed to freeze solid as he was submerged to his shoulders in the frozen water. He could hardly breathe, trembling so violently the water lapped over the edges of the pool. He felt for the blade with his numb feet. He only wanted to dive once. Harry put off the moment of total submersion from second to second, gasping and shaking, until he told himself that it must be done, gathered all his courage, and died. The cold was aggravating. It attacked him like fire. His brain itself seemed to have frozen as he pushed through the dark water to the bottom and reached out, groping for the sword. His fingers closed around the hilt. Then something closed tight around his neck. He thought of water weeds, though nothing had brushed him as he dived, and raised his empty hand to free himself. It was not weed. The chain of the Horcrux had tightened and was slowly constricting his windpipe. Harry kicked out wildly, trying to push himself back to the surface, but merely propelled himself into the rocky side of the pool. Thrashing, suffocating, he scrabbled at the strangling chain, his frozen fingers unable to loosen it. And now, little pits were popping inside his head, and he was going to drown. There was nothing left, nothing he could do, and the arms that closed around his chest were surely death's. Choking and retching, soaking and colder than he had ever been in his life, he came to, face down in the snow. Somewhere close by, another person was panting and coughing and staggering around. Hermione had come again, as she had come when the snake attacked. Yet it did not sound like her, not with those deep coughs, not judging by the weight of the footsteps. Harry had no strength to lift his head and see his saviour's identity. All he could do was raise a shaking hand to his throat and feel the place where the locket had cut tightly into his flesh. It was gone. Someone had cut him free. Then a panting voice spoke from over his head. "Are you mental?" Nothing but the shock of hearing that voice would have given Harry the strength to get up. Shivering violently, he staggered to his feet. There before him stood Ron, fully dressed but drenched to the skin, his hair plastered to his face, the sword of Gryffindor in one hand, and the Horcrux dangling from its broken chain in the other. "Why the hell?" panted Ron, holding up the Horcrux, which swung backwards and forwards on its shortened chain in some parody of hypnosis. "Didn't you take this thing off before you dived?" Harry could not answer. The silver dough was nothing compared with Ron's reappearance. He could not believe it. Shuddering with cold, he caught up the pile of clothes still lying at the water's edge and began to pull them on. As he dragged sweater after sweater over his head, Harry stared at Ron, half expecting him to have disappeared every time he lost sight of him. Yet he had just dived into the pool. He had saved Harry's life. It was you, Harry said at last, his teeth chattering, his voice weaker than usual due to his near strangulation. Well, yeah, said Ron, looking slightly confused. You cast that dough. What? No, of course not. I thought it was you doing it. My Patronus is a stag. Yeah, well, they look different. They're antlers. Harry put Hagrid's pouch back around his neck, pulled on a final sweater, stooped to pick up Hermione's wand, and faced Ron again. How you're here? Apparently, Ron had hoped that this point would come up later, if at all. Well, I've, come back. If he cleared his throat. Still want me. There was a pause, in which the subject of Ron's departure seemed to rise like a wall between them. Yet he was here. He had returned. He had just saved Harry's life. Ron looked down at his hands. He seemed momentarily surprised to see the things he was holding. Oh, yeah, I got it out, he said rather unnecessarily, holding up the sword for Harry's inspection. That's why you jumped in, right? Yeah, said Harry. But I don't understand. How did you get here? How did you find us? Long story, said Ron. I've been looking for you for hours. It's a big forest, isn't it? And I was just thinking I'd have to keep under a tree and wait for morning. When I saw that deer group, you followed. You didn't see anyone else? No, said Ron. But he hesitated, glancing at two trees growing close together some yards away. I did think I saw something move over there, but I was running to the pool at the time, because you'd gone in, and you hadn't come up, so I wasn't going to make a detour to... Hey! Harry was already hurrying to the place Ron had indicated. The two oaks grew close together. There was a gap of only a few inches between the trunks at eye level, an ideal place to see, but not be seen. The ground around the roots, however, was free of snow, and Harry could see no sign of footprints. He walked back to where Ron stood waiting, still holding the sword and the Horcrux. Anything there? Ron asked. No, said Harry. So how did the sword get in that pool? Whoever cast the Patronus must have put it there. They both looked at the ornate silver sword, its ruby hilt glinting a little in the light from Hermione's wand. You reckon this is the real one? One way to find out, isn't there? Said Harry. The Horcrux was still swinging from Ron's hand. The locket was twitching slightly. Harry knew that the thing inside it was agitated again. It had sensed the presence of the sword and had tried to kill Harry rather than let him possess it. Now was not the time for long discussions. Now was the moment to destroy the locket once and for all. Harry looked around, holding Hermione's wand high, and saw the place, a flattish rock lying in the shadow of a sycamore tree. Come here, he said, and he led the way, brushed snow from the rock's surface, and held out his hand for the Horcrux. When Ron offered the sword, however, Harry shook his head. No, you should do it. Me? Said Ron, looking shocked. Why? Because you got the sword out of the pool. I think it's supposed to be you. He was not being kind or generous. As certainly as he had known that the dough was benign, he knew that Ron had to be the one to wield the sword. Dumbledore had at least taught Harry something about certain kinds of magic, of the incalculable power of certain acts. I'm going to open it, said Harry, and you stab it. Straight away, okay? Because whatever's in there will put up a fight. The bit of riddle in the diary tried to kill me. How are you going to open it? Asked Ron. He looked terrified. I'm going to ask it to open using Parseltongue, said Harry. The answer came so readily to his lips that he thought that he had always known it, deep down. Perhaps it had taken his recent encounter with Nagini to make him realize. serpentine S, inlaid with glittering green stones. It was easy to visualize it as a minuscule snake curled upon the cold rock. "No," said Ron. "No, don't open it. I'm serious." "Why not?" asked Harry. "Let's get rid of the damn thing. It's been months." "I can't, Harry. I'm serious. You do it." "But why?" "Because that thing's bad for me," said Ron, backing away from the locket of the rock. "I can't handle it. I'm not making excuses, Harry, for what I was like, but it affects me worse than it affected you and Hermione. It made me think stuff. Stuff I was thinking anyway, but it made everything worse. I can't explain it. And then I'd take it off and I'd get my head on straight again, and then I'd have to put the effing thing back on. I can't do it, Harry." He had backed away, the sword dragging at his side, shaking his head. "You can do it," said Harry. "You can. You've just got the sword. I know it's supposed to be you who uses it. Please, just get rid of it, Ron." The sound of his name seemed to act like a stimulant. Ron swallowed, then, still breathing hard through his long nose, moved back towards the rock. "Tell me when," he croaked. "On 3, said Harry, looking back down at the locket, narrowing his eyes, concentrating on the letter S, imagining a serpent, while the contents of the locket rattled like a trapped cockroach. It would have been easy to pity it, except that the cut around Harry's neck still burned. 1, 2, 3, open! The last word came as a hiss and a snarl, and the golden doors of the locket swung wide with a little click. Behind both of the glass windows within blinked a living eye, dark and handsome as Tom Riddle's eyes had been before he turned them scarlet and snit people. "Stand," said Harry, holding the locket steady on the rock. Ron raised the sword in his shaking hands. The point dangled over the frantically swiveling eyes, and Harry gripped the locket tightly, bracing himself, already imagining blood pouring from the empty windows. Then a voice hissed from out of the Horcrux. "I have seen your heart, and it is mine." "Don't listen to it," Harry said harshly. "Stab it." "I have seen your dreams, Ronald Weasley, and I have seen your fears. All you desire is possible, but all that you dread is also possible." "Stab!" shouted Harry. His voice echoed off the surrounding trees. The sword point trembled, and Ron gazed down into Riddle's eyes. "Least loved, always, by the mother who saved her daughter. Least loved now by the girl who prefers your friend. Second best, always, eternally overshadowed." "Run! Stab it now!" Harry bellowed. He could feel the locket quivering in his grip and was scared of what was coming. Ron raised the sword still higher, and as he did so, Riddle's eyes gleamed scarlet. Out of the locket's 2 windows, out of the eyes, there bloomed, like 2 grotesque bubbles, the heads of Harry and Hermione, weirdly distorted. Ron yelled in shock and backed away as the figures blossomed out of the locket, first chests, then waists, then legs, until they stood in the locket side by side like trees with a common root, swaying over Ron and the real Harry, who had snatched his fingers away from the locket as it burned suddenly white hot. "Run!" he shouted. But the Riddle Harry was now speaking with Voldemort's voice, and Ron was gazing, mesmerized, into its face. "Why return? We were better without you, happier without you, glad of your absence. We laughed at your stupidity, your cowardice, your presumption." "Presumption!" echoed the Riddle Hermione, who was more beautiful and yet more terrible than the real Hermione. She swayed, cackling before Ron, who looked horrified yet transfixed, the sword hanging pointlessly at his side. Who could look at you? Who would ever look at you beside Harry Potter? What have you ever done compared with the chosen one? What are you compared with the boy who lived? Ron, stab it! Stab it! Harry yelled, but Ron did not move. His eyes were wide, and the little Harry and the little Hermione were affected. Their hair swirling like flames, their eyes shining red, their voices lifted in an evil duet. Your mother confessed, sneered Riddle Harry, while Riddle Hermione jeered that she would have preferred me as a son, would be glad to exchange. Who wouldn't prefer you? What woman would take you? You are nothing, nothing, nothing to him. Hermione, and she stretched like a snake and entwined herself around Riddle Harry, wrapping him in a close embrace. Their lips met. On the ground in front of them, Ron's face filled with anguish. He raised the sword high, his arms shaking. Do it, Ron! Harry yelled. Ron looked towards him, and Harry thought he saw a trace of scarlet in his eyes. Ron? The sword flashed, plunged. Harry threw himself out of the way. There was a clang of metal and a long, drawn-out scream. Harry whirled round, slipping in the snow, wand held ready to defend himself. But there was nothing to fight. The monstrous versions of himself and Hermione were gone. There was only Ron, standing there with the sword held slackly in his hand, looking down at the shattered remains of the locket on the flat rock. Slowly, Harry walked back to him, hardly knowing what to say or do. Ron was breathing heavily. His eyes were no longer red at all, but their normal blue. They were also wet. Harry stooped, pretending he had not seen, and picked up the broken Horcrux. Ron had pierced the glass in both windows. Riddle's eyes were gone, and the stained silk lining of the locket was smoking slightly. The thing that had lived in the Horcrux had vanished. Torturing Ron had been its final act. The sword clanged as Ron dropped it. He had sunk to his knees, his head in his arms. He was shaking, but not, Harry realized, from cold. Harry crammed the broken locket into his pocket, knelt down beside Ron, and placed a hand cautiously on his shoulder. He took it as a good sign that Ron did not throw it off. After you left, he said in a low voice, grateful for the fact that Ron's face was hidden. She cried for a week, probably longer. She didn't want me to see. There were loads of nights when we never even spoke to each other. With you gone, I could not finish. It was only now that Ron was here again that Harry fully realized how much his absence had cost him. She's like my sister. I love her like a sister, and I reckon she feels the same way about me. It's always been like that. From the beginning. Ron did not respond, but he turned his face away from Harry and wiped his nose noisily on his sleeve. Harry got to his feet again, walked to where Ron's enormous rucksack lay, yards away, discarded as Ron had run towards the pool to save Harry from drowning. He hoisted it onto his own back, walked back to Ron, clambered to his feet as Harry approached, eyes bloodshot, but otherwise composed. I'm sorry, he said in a thick voice. I'm sorry I left. I know I was He looked around in the darkness, as if hoping a bad enough word would swoop down upon him and claim him. You sort of made up for it tonight, said Harry, hitting the sword, finishing off the Horcrux, saving my life. Makes me sound a lot cooler than I was, Ron mumbled. Stuff like that always sounds cooler than it really was, said Harry. I've been trying to tell you that for years. Simultaneously, they walked forwards and hugged, Harry gripping the still sopping back of Ron's jacket. "And now," said Harry as they broke apart, "all we've got to do is find the tent again." But it was not difficult. Though the walk through the dark forest with the doe had seemed lengthy, with Ron by his side, the journey back seemed to take a surprisingly short time. Harry could not wait to wake Hermione, and it was with quickening excitement that he entered the tent, Ron lagging a little behind him. It was gloriously warm afternoon. The forest, the only illumination, the bluebell flames still shimmering in a bowl on the floor. Hermione was fast asleep, curled up under her blanket, and did not move until Harry had said her name several times. "Hermione!" She stirred, then sat up, pushing her hair out of her face. "What's wrong? You all right?" "It's okay. Everything's fine. More than fine. I'm great. There's someone here." "What do you mean?" She saw Ron, who stood there, holding the sword and dripping onto the threadbare cup. Harry backed into a shadowy corner, slipped off Ron's rucksack, and attempted to blend in with the canvas. Hermione slid out of her buggy and moved like a sleepwalker towards Ron, her eyes upon his pale face. She stopped right in front of him, her lips slightly parted, her eyes wide. Ron gave a weak, hopeful smile, half raised his arms. Hermione launched herself forwards and started punching every inch of him that she could reach. "Get off! What the... Hermione! Ow! You complete ass, Ronald Weasley!" She punctuated every word with a blow. Ron backed away, shielding his head as Hermione advanced. "You crawl back here after weeks and weeks. Oh, where's my wand?" She looked as though ready to wrestle it out of Harry's hands, and he reacted instinctively. "Protego!" The invisible shield erupted between Ron and Hermione. The force of it knocked her backwards onto the floor. Spitting air out of her mouth, she leapt up again. "Hermione," said Harry, "calm. I will not calm down," she screamed. Never before had he seen her lose control like this. She looked quite demented. "Give me back my wand! Give it back to me! Hermione, will you please? Don't you tell me what to do, Harry Potter!" she screeched. "Don't you dare! Give it back now! And you!" She was pointing at Ron in dire accusation. It was like a malediction, and Harry could not blame Ron for retreating several steps. "I came running after you. I called you. I begged you to come back." "I know," Ron said. "Hermione, I'm sorry. I'm really... Oh, you're sorry." She laughed, a high-pitched, out-of-control sound. Ron looked at Harry for help, but Harry merely grimaced his helplessness. "You come back after weeks. Weeks! And you think it's all going to be all right if you just say sorry. Well, what else can I say?" Ron shouted, and Harry was glad that Ron was fighting back. "Oh, I don't know," yelled Hermione with awful sarcasm. "Rack your brains, Ron. That should only take a couple of seconds." "Hermione," interjected Harry, who considered this a low blow. "He just saved my... I don't care," she screamed. "I don't care what he's done. Weeks and weeks. He could have been dead for all he knew." "I knew you weren't dead," bellowed Ron, drowning her voice for the first time and approaching as close as he could with the shield charm between them. "Harry's all over the Prophet, all over the radio. They're looking for you everywhere. All these rumors and mental stories. I knew I'd hear straight off if you were dead. You don't know what it's been like. What it's been like for you." Her voice was now so shrill, only bats would be able to hear it soon. But she had reached a level of indignation that rendered her temporarily speechless, and Ron seized his opportunity. "I wanted to come back the minute I disapparated, but I walked straight into a gang of snatchers, Hermione, and I couldn't go anywhere. Gang of what? Asked Harry, as Hermione threw herself down into a chair with her arms and legs crossed so tightly it seemed unlikely that she would unravel them for several years. Snatchers, said Ron. They're everywhere. Gangs trying to earn gold by rounding up muggleborns and blood traitors. There's a reward from the Ministry for everyone captured. I was on my own. I looked like I might be school age. I got really excited. Thought I was a muggleborn in hiding. I had to talk fast to get out of being dragged to the Ministry. What did you say to them? I told them I was Stan Shumpine, the first person I could think of. They believed that. They weren't the brightest. One of them was definitely part trolls. Well, looking. Ron glanced at Hermione, clearly hopeful she might soften this small instance of humour, but her expression remained stony above her tightly knotted limbs. Anyway, they had a row about whether I was Stan or not. It was a bit pathetic, to be honest. But there were still 5 of them and only 1 of me, and they'd taken my wand. Then 2 of them got into a fight, and while the others were distracted, I managed to hit the one holding me in the stomach, grabbed his wand, disarmed the bloke holding mine, and disapparated. I didn't do it so well, splinched myself again. Ron held up his right hand to show 2 missing fingernails. Hermione raised her eyebrows coldly. And I came out miles from where you were. By the time I got back to that bit of riverbank where we'd been, you'd gone. Gosh, what a gripping story, Hermione said, in the lofty voice she adopted when wishing death. It must have been simply terrifying. Meanwhile, we went to Godric's Hollow and let's think. What happened there, Harry? Oh, yes. You know whose snake turned up. It nearly killed both of us, and then you know who himself arrived and missed us by about a second. What? Ron said, gaping from her to Harry, but Hermione ignored him. Imagine missing fingernails, Harry. That really puts our sufferings into perspective, doesn't it? Said Harry quietly. Ron just saved my life. She appeared not to have heard him. One thing I would like to know, though, she said, fixing her eyes on a spot a foot over Ron's head. How exactly did you find us tonight? That's important. Once we know, we'll be able to make sure we're not visited by anyone else we don't want to see. Ron glared at her, then pulled a small silver object from his jeans pocket. This. She had to look at Ron to see what he was showing them. The Deluminator? She asked, so surprised she forgot to look cold and fierce.
Oh, shit.
It doesn't just turn the lights on and off, said Ron. I don't know how it works or why it happened then and not any other time, because I've been wanting to come back ever since I left. But I was listening to the radio really early on Christmas morning, and I heard you. He was looking at her. You heard me on the radio? She asked incredulously. No, I heard you coming out of my pocket. Your voice, he held up the Deluminator again, came out of this. And what exactly did I say? Asked Hermione, her tone somewhere between skepticism and curiosity. My name? Ron. And you said something about a wand. Hermione turned a fiery shade of scarlet. Harry remembered. It had been the first time Ron's name had been said aloud by either of them since the day he had left. Hermione had mentioned it when talking about repairing Harry's wand. So I took it out, Ron went on, looking at the Deluminator. And it didn't seem different or anything, but I'm sure I heard you. So I kept it, and the light went out in my room. But another light appeared right outside the window. Ron raised his empty hand and pointed in front of him. His eyes focused on something neither Harry nor Hermione could see. It was a ball of light, pulsing, like that light you get around a port key, you know? Yeah, said Harry and Hermione together, automatically. I knew this was it, said Ron. I grabbed my stuff and packed it, then I put on my rucksack and went out into the garden. The little ball of light was hovering there, waiting for me, and when I came out, it bobbed along a bit, and I followed it behind the shed, and then it what's inside me. Sorry, said Harry, sure he had not heard correctly. It sort of floated towards me, said Ron, illustrating the movement with his free index finger, right to my chest, and then it just went straight through. It was here. He touched a point close to his heart. I could feel it. It was hot. And once it was inside me, I knew what I was supposed to do. I knew it would take me where I needed to go. So I disapparated and came out on the side of a hill. There was snow everywhere. We were there, said Harry. We spent 2 nights there, and the second night I kept thinking I could hear someone moving around in the dark and calling out. Yeah, well, that would have been me, said Ron. Your protective spells work anyway, because I couldn't see you and I couldn't hear you. I was sure you were around, though, so in the end I got in my sleeping bag and waited for one of you to appear. I thought you'd have to show yourselves when you packed up the tent. No, actually, said Hermione. We've been disapparating under the invisibility cloak as an extra precaution. And we left really early because, as Harry says, we'd heard somebody blundering around. Well, I stayed on that hill all day, said Ron. I kept hoping you'd appear. But when it started to get dark, I knew I must have missed you, so I clicked the deluminator again. The blue light came out and went inside me, and I disapparated and arrived here in these woods. I still couldn't see you, so I just had to hope one of you would show yourselves in the end. And Harry did. Well, I saw the doe first, obviously. You saw the what? Said Hermione sharply. They explained what had happened. And as the story of the silver doe and the sword in the pool unfolded, Hermione frowned from one to the other of them, concentrating so hard she forgot to keep her limbs locked together. But it must have been a Patronus, she said. Couldn't you see who was casting it? Didn't you see anyone? And it led you to the sword. I can't believe this. Then what happened? Ron explained how he had watched Harry jump into the pool and had waited for him to resurface. How he had realized that something was wrong, dived in and saved Harry, then returned for the sword. He got as far as the opening of the locket, then hesitated, and Harry cut in. And Ron stabbed it with the sword. And it went, just like that, she whispered. Well, it screamed, said Harry, with half a glance at Ron. Here. He threw the locket into her lap. Gingerly she picked it up and examined its punctured windows. Deciding that it was at last safe to do so, Harry removed the shield charm with a wave of Hermione's wand and turned to Ron. Did you just say you got away from the snatchers with a spare wand? What? Said Ron, who'd been watching Hermione examining the locket. Oh, yeah. He tugged over the buckle on his rucksack and pulled a short, dark wand out of its pocket. Here, I think it's too tatted out of that part. You were right, said Harry, holding out his hand. Mine's broken. You're kidding, Ron said. But at that moment, Hermione got to her feet and read Sylvia. Hermione put the vanquished Horcrux into the beaded bag, then climbed back into her bed and settled down without another word. Ron passed Harry the new wand. Not the best you can do, I think, murmured Harry. Yeah, said Ron. Listen, under those birds, she said. I still haven't figured it out, came Hermione's muffled voice from beneath her blankets. But Harry saw Ron smiling slightly as he put on his pajamas. Chapter 20. Xenophilius Lovegood.
Correct. Oh, sorry. What the death stand? Ow. entity coming straight out of Wales. It's a GLC. We're from the world, the bar of Brit. We ain't got the weather, but we got some slip. We don't go to centre packs cause we got blue stuff. We'll take it to our league, it's called Top Show.
It's exhalation. It's the hold us back. You better be a rush. Cause you're under attack. It's exhalation. It's the hold us back. You better be a rush. Cause you're under attack.
My wings are getting this and never the train comes straight out of Wales. It's the boat, not the J.
Worry that you might end up with cheese on your chips. Carrying off chips off rice and apocalypse. When you get into the vibe, that will be anti-chip. Everybody in the world's thematic street free cheer. We're gonna play the Welsh card. Coming out your plans with me to the fish card. Don't mess, we'll leave you in tatters. You better realise no Welsh boys matters.
It's a home invasion like Ice-T. Interplanetary Camry. We're breaking free from the shackles with Confetti cheese. I'm fucking rugby tackles.
Shaking Stephen behind the green door. Come straight out of Wales, right down and fall. From Aberystwyth to the Gowan. Better be a Welsh planet, cause we're taking back the house. It's nation of thousands to hold us back. You better be a Welsh planet, cause you're under attack. It's exhalation of thousands to hold us back. You better be a Welsh planet, cause you're under attack.
My wings are getting this and never the train comes straight out of Wales. It's the boat, not the J.
You're on the ropes, and there's no hope, so you're gonna fall like an envelope. You're gonna shake, roll, and fucking rattle when the Welsh arrive, and we start the battle.
We got Toronto down with his Willy Wonka. We're taking over, and we're gonna conquer. Catatonic, stereophonic, and the dream of the home is hydrophonic. With any Hopkins, from silence of the loud, taking pints off Chianti from Strongbow. It's like Tommy Cooper and the new Richie Manning. Just like that, we're bringing the panic. Both Dylan Thomas, so under Millwood. I don't know what it is, but it's quite good. Pop's Pig, anti-alcohol foul, coming straight out of Wales. Now we're taking back the power. It's nation of thousands to hold us back. You better be a Welsh planet, cause you're under attack. It's exhalation of thousands to hold us back. You better be a Welsh planet, cause you're under attack. Do some respect the Leeds Atlantis, the usual wicked conservatives. Big up that bloke off Salvage Hunters with a bald head. He's from Wales, I think. Big up to Arthur Llewellyn Jenkins. 87% of girls I know suggest when they talk to me, I'm looking at their chest. Well, here's the reason, I'll tell you why. Did you realise I was born with the gammy eye? No, you didn't. You stand there around me because you think I'm playing up your chest candy. It's not fair, it's not what I deserve. Because I can't see straight, I get called a perv. Mostly happens in the dark or low light. All because I was born with bad eyesight. I know you're married, but you think I love you. But really, I'm looking at a person just above you. Glaucoma's been a curse to me because I can't afford the laser surgery. One eye goes to the left, the other to the right, which makes a missus think I'm looking at her tits all night. Are you looking at my getting outside? Are you trying to imply the kind of crazy? Cause when I'm outside, slightly lazy. Are you looking at my getting outside? Are you trying to imply the kind of crazy? Cause when I'm outside, slightly lazy. Starting fights with dodgy eyesight with optical problems. Things aren't black and white. It's not because you're high. I don't pick on the small.
I was looking at you, I'm like the wall.
Are you looking at me? Am I looking at you? So situations I try to rescue. I'm not staring at your missus or at your granny. It's blue the fast.
My one eye is gammy.
I haven't had a drink, but I look pissed. I got 1, 2 nuts, 1 sticks, 1 twist. Got doctors at a loss, cause my eyes bust. Which look the same like Maz and Luke Ross from Paris Hilton to Gabrielle. Put a bag on my head so no one can tell. I wish I could say it's cause I got high. It's just G to the A to the MMY.
Are you looking at my getting outside? Are you trying to imply the kind of crazy? Cause when I'm outside, slightly lazy. Are you looking at my getting outside? Are you trying to imply the kind of crazy? Cause when I'm outside, slightly lazy. Yeah, I got lazy, girl. That's right, I'm looking at you, girl, and you, girl, at the same time. I got 5 guys, baby. That's right. I can look at both of your sexual bits at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Give that Gabby, I'm trying to find
my love is so frustrated, didn't have any luck with internet dating. My friend Paul said this girl that he knew at his work was looking for love too. We exchanged a few texts around the size. I said, why don't I take you for burger and fries? She said, meet me in the geeky spot and dress up real swish. I'll be upstairs by the bobs eating a fill of the fish. Friday night, there she was eating. I walked over, took advantage of the seating. Our eyes didn't meet, it was such a surprise. Then I realised she had two gammy eyes. It was love at second sight. She felt it too. She looked at the ceiling and the floor and said, I think I love you. I knew then I had to propose. She said yes as I stared deep into her nose. Are you looking at my candy? Are you trying to imply with a look kinda crazy? Is one of my eyes slightly lazy? Are you looking at my candy? Are you trying to imply with a look kinda crazy? Is one of my eyes slightly lazy? Yeah, that's right, baby. I can look at the TV and my phone at the same time. I got a bomb car, baby, like a superhero. Yeah, you can call me Gabby. Mr. Gabby, you, baby. Got a bomb car. Yeah, baby. Jeremy Clarkson, yes, I'm still sleeping, but on my head, so I can't hear you screaming. Give you those sweets to keep you happy, because you know there's no way of changing that. Push him out in a brand new tree, with a canister and a pepper wacky ski. You know what's when I'm on a mission going down my darkness with my brand new mission. My sex appeal is on the increase. So cute, wasn't it? It's Shanice. Holy shit, she just turned 12. Motherfucker, what's wrong? Check it out on wheels. My son's how it feels. And it makes it easy to shoplift and steals. Pushing real fast and we're picking up speed in the space underneath. And then he's on his feet. So much pain. Why not be in a castle? Since I so much pain. Why not be are the major elite. These are types of babies you can find on the street. Off the twin tram, your missus has twins, and come with extra baskets for carrying things. Lightweight frame, easy to hold. Simple to play with a one-hand phone. You want peace of mind when you're pushing it on. Sarah, possibly an optional pizza, made by specialists, used by us. Instead of fucking up and trying to get them on a bus. Have you ever tried pushing one home in the rain? And getting up the stairs is a massive fall. It's like Formula One without the motor. All messes on a motor, so take my advice. When you see me binges, he probably cuts his finger off and never inches. Someone's dead, so I fucking in a castle, since someone's dead, so I fucking spin round my present with a bus on the dance floor. Fat rims, space bins on my queen. Ain't future Santa London's Papua New Guinea. Had a wham, wham. Thank you, man. It's not the end of the story. Now I'm pushing the wagon by the baby gun and the river sticks. Sure, you're crying. I need your chips. Get it to town, so I'm stuck in town. Pushing the pram. People always stop and stare. When you smack up, split in. Mother can't say that on the street. Spam in his hand and it's high tech. Now it's up the web spoons for a couple more drinks. The baby outside because his name stinks. Slam, bad, charity shopping. Keep off the shit, there ain't no stopping when you're pushing that trash and people go yours. Yeah, but I'm gonna be reaching them all guys, shut up. But you know what I mean? He's still in the family, you know she's 13. I might be the time, but it's only bad to get the test results. To see if she's fine. In between smokes. And then they make off a blouse. Round in his head, he can all skin up and no sound to swear. I can't talk to fit, I just must attack now. I'm more out to close to club. Well, the kid gets up, push things. So I was one for me. Oh, shit. Simply put, what's far as you
Got more hits than the Matthew shows. Like 12 points and I won't count backs. I like these gold giggles and shits. Why your reason? In my little pony. Get that line. Watch my bass and I like to pride. Any other time now? Make the day. Make it the world. Going to do so. Cheese and pepperoni. So fuck you if you don't like it. I'm thinking.
Now, this is a story I got to share. It'll only take a minute. Sit right there. If you shop at Iceland or Mantaland, let me tell you about a special place called Dubran. Wales. In South Wales, home streets engage with fantastic green. You can park any days. Walk the ledge, to look at it in the pool. Get arrested, hang around on a secondary school. There's a number of rules, and they're all quite good. On all the squares full of from the neighbourhood. To get on the motorway and drive as fast as you can on the A451 to Cumbrae. They have a trade in a stiff. Rent a warehouse for a reasonable rate. They have the first month in South Wales, and if you drank a moon breaker, you had to be nails. 7,000 people to live around there. That's 10,000 people in the folks in Aberdeen. If you like folk dancing, then just ring up a couple and do lessons in London and about the local church hall. Brown's not home for rape or killing. It's a great place to go. If you're chilling, I went around the world from LA to Japan. I never found a place to park in quite like Japan. Now, this is a story about a standard Welsh town with adequate facilities. Come on down, we got a cinema, biscuit factory built some plan. I want to tell you all about a place I know called Cumbrae. Go on a day trip in the car. In the mornings, go to the reservoir. And then if you're bored in the afternoons, enjoy really price foods in the JD Webster. People look around will help you reach your goal. From drainage to lunch, no mass control. Flip you come from far away, like I see all Vietnam. Just remember it's the place where the jobbing began. There's so much to see, where to begin. You might want to stay the night in the Premier Inn. So get your sister, your auntie, your cousin and your grand, and take them on a trip up to Cumberland. Rest calm, you could spend the day hanging out at Free Meadow Farm. They got llamas, sheep, chicken, pigs, and a cow. And if you don't know how to make them, then the staff will show you how. This is a song about a special place where if you take your car, you'll always find a space. And that was the story of how it began and how you can be the Fresh Prince of Cumberland. The next brand new entry comes from Goldie Looking Chain. Hello, Dwayne. Alright, the number one is it? Not quite, Dwayne. But enough. Why we got to number one? No, Dwayne. Number one. Dwayne, love. Hello? Not quite. Not this time. Wicked, mate. That is fine. I'll take that. Wicked. Your first top 40. We come first. It's number one. No, Dwayne. Hello? Stop telling Goldie Looking Chain that you're number one. It is. Get a champagne. You both. So good they named it twice. Yeah. That's what it's all about. Back in the day, some funny cats. Fucking, fucking, show me the cat. Fucking, give me all the shit about the cat. Fucking, I like cats. If you've got drink on. It's 12. Otherwise, you fucking, there's no point. Fucking bring some draw and all when they're out there. Sickest point social universe or something. Anyway, did you know Symphony Strings? Serious. It's getting serious. It's getting serious. It's getting serious. It's getting serious. Headphones on, transfixed by the phone. Frosted eyes of my front door. Scrolling through the playlist, found the right track. Bus flies by, time to take a step back. Run out of power, so I look a bit sad. Oh, that the crowd feel like my own dad. Pretending to listen, searching for the beat. Now it's coming to the ground, it's the soles of my feet. Skills no more. Every time I kick 3 years ago, it's a going order. They can't flow. I see the fake in it. I can spot the pretender who failed to deliver. Reserve the second. I was always in your turn these days. I'm here if you got so I get on with tricks like they was the dronic. My top place with the cloud like they was tectonic. Remember the formula, it's a fucking mnemonic. Get the tunes angelic and the beat's demonic. Whoever with the trouble force my face in your face. Repeat magic with some stuff in grace. Listen to the beach, keep your ears on the ground. You're the lord of your own dance and stereo sound.
我每次都跟光讲，我可能抽， The bass feels so real. Yes, I'm a slip, the wish still. In a club, in a rage, all the ringtone. I'm the playlist, the music song. 2001 speakers up the woods in Wales. I'm a one-man sound system, it's right very close. This morning, put on my mix machine. Just to pull a beat song, just in a dream.
The rust, but it's a mag of a man that you can't trust. Forget Porter, Civic, Mondeo, Yaris. Get in my van, we're going up to Harris. Go to a hotel, we can use my van if you don't want to smell. Fans are wronging, don't come and knock in. The back door's closed, but it's having trouble locking.
Oh shit.
If a man just for sexy time, with the time this it goes anywhere. It's not sex, but I don't care. You're the first. I want to cross my legs. She wasn't all good to her.
Skills to cocktails, confused, sticky skills. Total attention, but it ain't all bad. I got my fingers stuck in the tin and the
The Bells, you graduated from Charles back in 1983.
what you say? I need to know the lesson. I went up for things. We'll go in for a session. And have a little wage. See you get tough. I got experience, I got strength. I got my hands full.
It sounds good. Not the max, and get my finger in just a little bit. In a name, just went down this competition. TLC babies, what you get for graduation.
It's a simple thought. I found it only complication. Just 12 things I'll figure it. I got suspicion. It's teacher's style. It's more than just particular. Anything that you can stand. Get extracurricular. University of life with the school of thought. Those of God, all of the important things are taught. Oh, son, you gotta learn that if you take 12 studies, you're bound to learn. Have a station, get this station. Take time to study and invest. If you follow the chap's school rules, you'll be impressed. There's no exams and it don't involve money, just an ever-ending itch to try and get this money. Think style, calm and finesse. Mix it up with the man and chug it. Drink 80s and 27 years. The way down the clinical attaches on tears. Put the pain in the glass. Gonna kick your ass if you try to slip with class. I'll be a non-training hammer. Smoking marijuana. Whispering through decades cause he knows all of the gas. You see doing rolls. My time call his box. To Adrian Hole. All the PGs. To boot with the metal toes. Give it a shot cause every bone's a soul. Down the bus station. Get this station. Square pounds of house digging. Don't get it. Straight on the little tips. So it's been the slips. Square pounds of house digging. Don't get it. Will you leave me over? I am going down the shop to buy 10 fans. Do you need a drink or some crisps?
You fucking can't go down the shop like that, man. You got fucking tin foil wrapped around your head.
It's not tinfoil, it's my new skin. I am a robot. I am interfaced with my spectrum. Behold.
It's fucking nuts, man. Stop talking like that.
What do you mean? It is my normal voice. My computer integrated voice circuit is making me speak like this.
Stop talking like that, you fucking bandit. Get a bit worried now. I think we
I am
want
a robot. I am a robot.
fucking inject him, man. Inject him. Fucking kill him down. Oh, fucking hell.
Bring it on, from. Oh my God. 781. Become fucking high school. Push it to the limit. Couldn't push it anymore. Wanna be a fucking rock. That's smoking out. I just speak a Spanish. Stuck it through my chest. So fucking tip to my head and to my vest. Walking down the street. Next door neighbors don't impress. I'm a robot. My friends have facts is my quest. X25, he thinks he's level top. It's covered in silver, it's got matching metal socks. It's got defeated, but he fucking escapes. The man robot missed, that's what escalates. So it's the south, scooted in curries, but grease to it up. I've only seen a fucking hurry.
Tries to plug himself in the mains with his
And when it's going with cows, it goes second the rough. Feel the fucking my digital domain. And from my love, to my pain. I made love to a BBC microphone. I sit on the despite the monitor got up. I knew from then I was a motherfucking robot. Bill Gates from Microsoft. Stephen Hawking's voice and fucking hard of the bottle lab. Secret in my love. Myself there, next to the screen. For many years, this has been my wet dream. Now at least it's, I'm finally there. 1 minute after being filled in, I'm a dead so alone. When people stop and stare, I speak pure, but with truth fair.
The
Stop saying that they said he would make his killing speaks, breaks, already turns on his face. Sucking up his tennis and trying to fuck the fridge.
to burn this big week with a high voltage.
Resounds because of those parts. And boys turns words. Dudes use comes Jews. If you ask him, where do I go? To electric would run to the iron cross, but the inner box, I didn't top a big stuff.
Get fucking restrain him, man. Get him fucking stand up. Fucking get him down, man. Inject him, man. Get him down. He's fucking nuts, man. He's losing it. Help me, man. Get him fucking. Still the fucking robot next, man. Send him home. Fucking saying like one as well. I am not a robot. I cannot show you. Thank you. I fucking think you are. I'm not. What are you then?
Woman, Janet.
Oh shit. Nope. It's the child everyone knows. It's the child everyone knows. It's each other, everyone knows. Oh, wrong side of the road. What's the... No. Let's see. Get off.
Money makes the world go round. Money makes the world go round. Money makes the world go round.
On me. Oh, cause money makes the world go round. Money makes the world go round. Oops. Okay. We are living well. Lost friends. Oops. Oh, come on. Get off. I got this money in my hands. I'll try to save it if I can. Satisfied with yourself, don't care for anyone else. I'm so united, fascinated. Facts from the TV. Believe in everything I read. Ignorance bliss. And the whole fucking world to be like me. Most Americans. The people are so loud. Wake up, the dream is over. Everyone's shutting down. The people are so loud. Wake up, the dream is over. Wake up, the dream is over. Most Americans. Okay. Nope. I'm out of touch with all my friends. Every time I see them again, all the days have been away. Would it be different if I stayed? You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. Oh, girl. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. Oh, girl. You're losing me. Driving on the empty road, I forgot I fell in love back home. I start to wonder if I changed. I start to wonder if you, even if you, even feel the same. You're losing me. You're losing me. without you. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. Okay. You're losing me. I'm not obsessed with all my friends. Every time I see them again, you're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. Again. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. Again. I'm out of touch with all my friends. Every time I see them again, I'm just touch with all my friends. Every time I see them again, you're losing me. It's not getting any better. I forgot what it feels like without you in my life. When you from the crazy, I feel to be out. I know it's never easy, but you feel so so I can't get by without your love. I know it's never easy, but you're away every night, and you come through my heart just like a knife, and I'm away every night, and you come through my heart just like a knife, 'cause I can't get by without your love. I try what it feels like. Without you on my mind. I'm afraid to say I hate you. I always feel crazy when I feel otherwise. I can't get on without your love. No, it's not easy. I'm alone as we go, and you fly through my head. It's like a night, and I'm alone as we go, and you fly through my head. It's like a night, I'm alone as we go. Through your window, sleepy eyes. They say it's getting easy. It's not getting any better. It's not getting any better. It's not getting any better. Oh, come on. Getting any better. Payback.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten,
And the film. He said, will you defeat them, your demons, and all your non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day I'll leave you a victim to leave you in the summer to join the black parade. No, once she's don't get that feeling, she's watching over me. And other times I feel like I should go. And when you tell me what you offer me, it says you relent from different planet dreams. You really think that you're a song. I only carry to fears. Just confounded faces of your fears. I fell down. So you think I'll make you try to stay? And maybe another way. This Yesterday, time flies, some freedom. So sick and tired of all the needless beatings. Down and out is where you got to stay. Why does you alone? There's some love I together, together. Why are you care? We trying to say I don't love you like you said. You're so funny. Where you go? Would you have the guts to say I don't love you like I loved you yesterday? I don't love you. Don't say anything. Just say gonna clean up your looks with all the lies in the books to make a citizen out of you. Because they sleep with a gun and keep an eye on you, son, so they can watch all the things you do. Because the drugs never work, they gonna give you a smirk, cause they got methods of keeping you clean. They gonna rip up your heads, explorations for shreds, another gonna get the murder machine. They think boys and girls in the clique, the awful names at the stick, you're never gonna fit in much, kid. But if you trouble and hurt, once you get under your skirt, we'll make them pay for the things they say.
I can't make you stay, but where's your heart? But where's your heart? But where's your heart? There's nothing I can say to change that part, to change that part, to change. I am.
Oh, thank you.
To me, with words I thought I'd never speak, awake and unafraid, asleep
From every heart you are there, and it's the flame you stay. Tonight.
Confirmation, not a healthy so we smoking from the statue of the feet.
The wedding party will collapse in the room. You're not around, he's always looking at me. In the middle of a gunfight, in the center of a restaurant, the same comedy, raised life. You're never gonna get me like a bullshit block of dust. Just one that just stays in your eyes. We'll never be the same on your mother's eyes. Say a prayer. Whether I say you will make you want to stay so long, but I don't Life is but a dream. No, 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 no. If you want it honestly, that's all you have to say. Never want to let you down. It's way too long. You wear me out. Is it safe to show me that it's not the existence? So give time and time again, singing the words of what it is. Another line without a word. Starlight in the way forever. And I find that we together. I think always just forget her. But she could try. Ever get the feeling that you'll never. I'm alone now. At the top of my lungs in my arms. When holding on, I hope you do stay all together. I'm gonna make me leave. I'm moving from my sleeve. Think we always until and do you always have to make me know something that you never feel? If this is what you want, then I will. Give me always empty. You can make me ill. Nothing never kill. If this is what you want, then I will. All this on my sleeve. You will follow something. If this is what you want, then I will. If this is what you want, then waiting for your face to go, right into the sunshine, well, are you? Well, I got something to say. Got all the kitchen when I die for you. Shotgun singing this world I told you. Rescue and my side. Got it while I'm holding on. I'm not from the fun for rescue. If I feel you're standing close and something fire. That is while I'm holding on to stay. If it's all I'm saying, oh, baby, stay. Every and stay to me. She won't stop me for the time. She won't stop me for the time. So kiss me for it. She won't stop me for the time. She won't stop me for the time. So get your gun and meet me by the door. Don't stop. It's a phone and stop. Oh, baby, stay. baby, and speak to life. Don't stop, it's in the sky. I feel it just say, forever. You shall not always listen to. Wasn't thinking now. You're running out of places. You always find me. Please don't just know that I'm
Don't you get what you deserve? Is this what you will? Please let me stop.
Way down, way down, way down, way down, way down, way down, way down. I miss you. Way down, 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 way down. Oops.
Harry had not expected Hermione's anger to abate overnight, and was therefore unsurprised that she communicated mainly by dirty looks and pointed silences next morning. Ron responded by maintaining an unusually soft demeanour in her presence as an outward sign of continual remorse. In fact, when all three of them were together, Harry felt like the only non-mourner at a poorly attended funeral.
Exactly.
Those few moments he spent alone with Harry, collecting water and searching the undergrowth for mushrooms, however, Ron became shamelessly cheery. "Someone helped us," he kept saying. "Someone sent that dough. Someone's on our side. One Horcrux down, mate." Bolstered by the destruction of the locket, they set to debating the possible locations of the other Horcruxes, and even though they had discussed the matter so often before, Harry felt optimistic, certain that more breakthroughs would succeed the first. Hermione's sulkiness could not mar his buoyant spirits. The sudden upswing in their fortunes, the appearance of the mysterious dough, the recovery of Gryffindor's sword, and above all, Ron's return, made Harry so happy that it was quite difficult to maintain a straight face. Late in the afternoon, he and Ron escaped Hermione's baleful presence again. Under the pretense of scouring the bare hedges for non-existent blackberries, they continued their ongoing exchange of news. Practically starved by thirst, these curious right up to the full story of what had happened at Godric's Hollow, Ron was now filling Harry in on everything he had discovered about the wider wizarding world during his weeks away. "And how did you find out about the taboo?" he asked Harry, after explaining the many desperate attempts of Muggleborns to evade the messin. "The what? You and Hermione have stopped saying you know who's what." "You listeners don't know if they're always secrets," said Harry. It's how they found us in sense. It was only people who were serious about standing up to him, like Dumbledore, who ever dared use him. Now they put a taboo on it. Anyone who says it is trackable. Such an easy way to find order members. They nearly got Kingsley. You're kidding. "Yeah, a bunch of Desi just cornered him," Bill said, "but he fought his way out. He's on the road now, just like us." Ron scratched his chin thoughtfully with the end of his wand. "You're not Kingsley could have sent that down. He's betrothed us as a lynx. We saw it at the wedding, remember?" "Yeah." They moved further along the hedge, away from the tent. "You reckon it could have been Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore what?" Ron looked a little embarrassed, but said in a low voice, Ron was watching Harry out of the corners of his eyes. He had the real sword last, didn't he? Harry did not laugh at Ron, because he understood too well the longing behind the question. The idea that Dumbledore had managed to come back to them, that he was watching over them, would have been inexpressibly comforting. He Choices can change, though, can't they? Said Ron. Thomas's changed, didn't it? Yeah, but if Dumbledore was alive, why wouldn't he show himself? Why wouldn't he just hand us the sword? Search me, said Ron. Same reason he didn't give it to you while he was alive? Same reason he left you an old snitch and Hermione a book of kids' stories? Which is what? Asked Harry, turning to look Ron full in the face, desperate for the answer. I don't know, said Ron. Sometimes I fall I've been a bit hacked off. He was having a laugh, or he just wanted to make it more difficult. I don't think so. Not anymore. He knew what he was doing when he gave me the Illuminator, didn't he? Ron's ears turned bright red, and he became engrossed in a tuft of grass at his feet, which he prodded with his toe. He must have known I'd run out on you. No, Harry corrected him. He must have known you'd always want to come back. Ron looked grateful, but still awkward. Partly to change the subject, Harry said, speaking of Dumbledore, have you heard what Skeeter wrote about him? Oh, yeah, said Ron at once. People are talking about it quite a lot. Of course, if things were different, it'd be huge news. Dumbledore being pals with Grindelwald. But now it's just something to laugh about for people who didn't like Dumbledore, and a bit of a slap in the face for everyone who thought he was such a good bloke. I don't know there's such a big deal. He was really young when they... Our age, said Harry, just as he had reported to Hermione, and something in his face seemed to decide Ron against pursuing the subject. A large spider sat in the middle of a frosted web in the brambles. Harry took aim at it with the wand Ron had given him the previous night, which Hermione had since condescended to examine and had decided was made of buckthorn. Engorgia! The spider gave a little shiver, bouncing slightly in the web. Harry tried again. This time, the spider grew slightly larger. Stop that, said Ron sharply. I'm sorry I said Dumbledore was young, okay? Harry had forgotten Ron's hatred of spiders. Sorry. Reducio! The spider did not show. Harry looked down at the blackthorn wand. Every minor spell he had cast with it so far that day seemed less powerful than those he had produced with his Phoenix wand. The new one felt intrusively unfamiliar, like having somebody else's hand sewn to the end of his arm. You just need to practice, said Hermione, who approached them noiselessly from behind and had stood watching anxiously as Harry tried to enlarge and reduce the spider. It's all a matter of confidence, Harry. He knew why she wanted him to be all right. She still felt guilty about breaking his wand. He bit back when talk sprang to his lips, that she could take the blackthorn wand if he thought it made no difference, and he would have hers instead. Keen for them all to be friends again, however, he agreed. But when Ron gave Hermione a tentative smile, she swooped on and vanished behind her book once more. All three of them returned to the tent when darkness fell, and Harry took first watch. Sitting in the entrance, he tried to make the blackthorn wand levitate small stones at his feet, but his magic still seemed clumsier and less powerful than it had done before. Hermione was lying on her bunk reading, while Ron, after many nervous glances up at her, had taken a small wooden wireless out of his rucksack and started to try to tune it. There's this one program, he told Harry in a low voice, that tells the news like it really is. All the others are on side and are following the ministry line. Listen, wait till you hear it. It's great. Only they can't do it every night. They have to keep changing locations in case they're raided, and you need a password to tune in. Trouble is, I missed the last one. He drummed lightly on the top of the radio with his wand, muttering random words under his breath. He threw Hermione many covert glances, plainly fearing an angry outburst, but for all the notice she took of him, he might not have been there. For 10 minutes or so, Ron tapped and muttered. Hermione turned the pages of her book, and Harry continued to practice with the blackthorn wand. Finally, Hermione climbed down from her bunk. Ron ceased his tapping at once. If it's annoying you, I'll stop, he told Hermione nervously. Hermione did not deign to respond, but approached Harry. "We need to talk," she said. He looked at the book still clutched in her hand. It was The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. "What?" he said apprehensively. It flew through his mind that there was a chapter on him in there. He was not sure he felt up to hearing Rita's version of his relationship with Dumbledore. Hermione's answer, however, was completely unexpected. "I want to go and see Xenophilius Lovegood," he said. Sorry. Xenophilius Lovegood, Luna's father. I want to go and talk to him. Why? She took a deep breath, as though bracing herself, and said, "It's a mark. The mark in Beetle the Bard. Look at this." She thrust The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore under Harry's unwilling eyes, and he saw a photograph of the original letter that Dumbledore had written Grindelwald, with Dumbledore's familiar, thin, slanting writing. He hated seeing absolute proof that Dumbledore really had written those words, that they had not been Rita's invention. "The signature," said Hermione. "Look at the signature, Harry." He obeyed. For a moment he had no idea what she was talking about, but looking more closely with the aid of his lit wand, he saw that Dumbledore had replaced the A of Albus with a tiny version of the same triangular mark inscribed upon the Tales of Beetle the Bard. What are you?" said Ron tentatively, but Hermione quelled him with a look and turned back to Harry. "It keeps cropping up, doesn't it?" she said. "I know Victor said it was Grindelwald's mark, but it was definitely on that old grave in Godric's Hollow, and the dates on the headstone were long before Grindelwald came along. This? Well, we can't ask Dumbledore or Grindelwald what it means. I don't even know whether Grindelwald's still alive, but we can ask Mr. Lovegood. He was wearing the symbol at the wedding. I'm sure this is important, Harry." Harry did not answer immediately. He looked into her intense, eager face, and then out into the surrounding darkness, thinking. After a long pause, he said, "Hermione, we don't need another Godric's Hollow. We talked ourselves into going there, but it keeps appearing. Dumbledore left me the Tales of Beetle the Bard. How do you know where I'm supposed to find out about the sign?"
Oh, come on.
Again, Harry felt slightly exasperated. "We keep trying to convince ourselves Dumbledore left us secret signs and clues. The Deluminator turned out to be pretty useful," went on Ron. "I think Hermione's right. I think we ought to go and see Lovegood." Harry threw him a dark look. He was quite sure that Ron's support of Hermione had little to do with a desire to know the meaning of the triangular rune. "It won't be like Godric's Hollow," Ron added. "Lovegood's on your side, Harry. The Quibbler's been for you all along. He keeps telling everyone they've got to help you." "I'm sure this is important," said Hermione earnestly. "But don't you think if it was, Dumbledore would have told me about it before he died? Maybe it's something you need to find out for yourself," said Hermione, with a faint air of clutching at straws. "Yeah," said Ron sycophantically. "That makes sense." "No, it doesn't," snapped Hermione. "But I still think we ought to talk to Mr. Lovegood. A symbol that links Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Godric's Hollow. Harry, I'm sure we ought to know about this." "I think we should vote on it," said Ron. "Those in favour of going to see Lovegood?" His hand flew into the air before Hermione's. Her lips quivered suspiciously as she raised her own. "Outvoted, Harry. Sorry," said Ron, clapping him on the back. "Fine," said Harry, half amused, half irritated. "Only, once we've seen Lovegood, let's try and look for some more Horcruxes, shall we? Where do the Lovegoods live, anyway? Do either of you know?" "Yeah, not far from my place," said Ron. "Don't know exactly where, but Mum and Dad always point towards the hills whenever they mention them. Shouldn't be hard to find." When Hermione had returned to her book, Harry lowered his voice. "You only agreed to try and get me her clues." "All's fair in love and war," said Ron brightly. "Now, great slanting shafts of sunlight stretching to earth in breaks between clouds. They stood for a minute or two, looking towards the burrow, their hands shadowing their eyes, but all they could make out were the high hedges and trees of the orchard, which afforded the crooked little house protection from muggle eyes. "It's queer we're this near and not going to visit," said Ron. "Well, it's not like you haven't just seen them. We're there for Christmas," said Hermione coldly. "I wasn't in a borough of them," said Ron with an incredulous laugh. "Just I was going to go back there and tell them all I'd walked out on you. Yeah, Fred and George were doing great about it, and Ginny should have been really understanding." "Where have you been then?" asked Hermione, surprised. "Bill and Fleur's new place, the Shell Cottage. Bill's always been decent to me. He wasn't impressed when he heard what I'd done, but he didn't go on about it. He knew I was really sorry. None of the rest of the family know I was there. Bill told Mum he and Fleur weren't going home for Christmas because they wanted to spend it alone. You know, first holiday after they were married. I don't think Fleur minded. She hates Celestine Warbeck." Ron turned his back on Hermione. "Let's try up here," he said, leading the way over the top of the hill. They walked for a few hours, Harry, at Hermione's insistence, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. The cluster of low hills appeared to be uninhabited apart from one small cottage that seemed deserted. "Do you think it's theirs and they've gone away for Christmas?" said Hermione, peering through the window at a neat little kitchen with geranium potted outside. Ron snorted. "Listen, I've got a feeling you'd be able to tell who lived there if you look through the Lovegood window. Let's try the next lot of hills." So they disapparated a few miles further north. "Look!" shouted Ron as the wind whipped their hair and clothes. Ron was pointing upwards, towards the top of the hill on which they had appeared, where a most strange-looking house rose vertically against the sky, a great black cylinder with a ghostly moon hanging behind it in the afternoon sky. "That's got to be Luna's house. Who else would live in a place like that? Looks like a giant rook." "It's nothing like a bird," said Hermione, frowning at the tower. "I was talking about a chess rook," said Ron. "A castle to you." Ron's legs were the longest, and he reached the top of the hill first. When Harry and Hermione caught up with him, panting and clutching stitches in their sides, they found him grinning broadly. "It's theirs," said Ron.
Bloody
"Look."
hell.
3 hand-painted signs had been tacked to a broken-down gate. The first read, "The Quibbler, Editor
Sheesh.
ex-Lovegood." The second, "Pick your own mistletoe." The third, "Keep off the dirigible plums." The gate creaked as they opened it. The zigzagging path leading to the front door was overgrown with a variety of odd plants, including a bush covered in the orange radish-like fruit Luna sometimes wore as earrings. Harry thought he recognized a snargamuff and gave the wizened stump a wide berth. 2 aged crab-apple trees, bent with the wind, stripped of leaves but still heavy with berry-sized red fruits, and bushy crowns of white-bearded mistletoe, stood sentinel on either side of the front door. A little owl with a slightly flattened, hawk-like head peered down at them from one of the branches. "You'd better take off the invisibility cloak, Harry," said Hermione. "It's you Mr. Lovegood wants to help, not us." He did as she suggested, handing her the cloak to stow in the beaded bag. She then rapped 3 times on the thick oak door, which was studded with iron nails and bore a knocker shaped like an eagle. Barely 10 seconds passed. Then the door was flung open, and there stood Xenophilius Lovegood, barefooted and wearing what appeared to be a stained nightshirt. His long, white, candy-floss hair was dirty and unkempt. Xenophilius had been positively dapper at Bill and Fleur's wedding by comparison. What is it? Why? What do you want?" he cried, in a high-pitched, querulous voice, looking first at Hermione, then at Ron, and finally at Harry, upon which his mouth fell open in a perfect comical O. "Hello, Mr. Lovegood," said Harry, holding out his hand. I'm Harry Potter. Xenophilius did not take Harry's hand, although the eye that was not pointing inwards at his nose slid straight to the scar on Harry's forehead. Would it be okay if we came in? Asked Harry. There's something we'd like to ask you. To that advisable, whispered Xenophilius. He swallowed and cast a quick look around the garden, half shock. I'm afraid I don't really think I ought to. It won't take long, said Harry, slightly disappointed by this less than warm welcome. Go on, Linton. Come in quickly. They were barely over the threshold when Xenophilius slammed the door shut behind them. They were standing in the most peculiar kitchen Harry had ever seen. The room was perfectly circular, so that it felt like being inside a giant pepper pot. Everything was curved to fit the walls, the stove, the sink, and the cupboards, and all of it had been painted with flowers, insects, and birds, bright primary colours. Harry thought he recognised Luna's style. The effect in such an enclosed space was slightly overwhelming. In the middle of the floor, a wrought iron spiral staircase led to the upper levels. There was a great deal of clattering and banging coming from overhead. Harry wondered what Luna could be doing. Said Xenophilius, still looking extremely uncomfortable. He led the way. The room above seemed to be a combination of living room and workplace, and as such was even more cluttered than the kitchen. Though much smaller and entirely round, the room somewhat resembled a requirement, the unforgettable occasion that it had transformed itself into a gigantic labyrinth comprised of centuries of hidden objects. There were piles upon piles of books and papers on every surface. Delicately made models of creatures Harry did not recognize, all flapping wings or snapping claws hung from the ceiling. Luna was not there. The thing that was making such a racket was a wooden object covered in magically turning cogs and wheels. It looked like the bizarre offspring of a workbench and a set of old shelves. But after a moment, Harry deduced that it was an old-fashioned printing press due to the fact that it was churning out quibbers. Excuse me, said Xenophilius, and he strode over to the machine, seized a grubby tablecloth from beneath an immense number of books and papers, which all tumbled onto the floor, and threw it over the press, somewhat muffling the loud bangs and clatters. He then faced Harry. Why have you come here? Before Harry could speak, however, Hermione let out a small cry of shock. Mr. Lovegood, what's that? She was pointing at an enormous grey spiral horn, not unlike that of a unicorn, which had been mounted on the wall, protruding several feet into the room. It is the horn of a crumple-horned snorkack, said Xenophilius. No, it isn't, said Hermione. Hermione, muttered Harry, embarrassed. Now's not the moment. But Harry, it's an irrumpent horn. It's a Class B tradable material, and it's an extraordinarily dangerous thing to hang in a house. How do you know it's an irrumpent horn? Asked Ron, edging away from the horn as Mr. Lovegood, you need to get rid of it straight away. Don't you know it can explode at the slightest touch? The crumple-horned snorkack, said Xenophilius very clearly, a mulish look upon his face, is a shy and highly magical creature, and its horn. Mr. Lovegood, I recognize the grooved markings around the base. That's an irrumpent horn, and it's incredibly dangerous. I don't know where he got it. I bought it, said Xenophilius dogmatically, 2 weeks ago, from a delightful young wizard who knew of my interest in the exquisite snorkat. Christmas surprise for my Luna, he said, turning to Harry. Why exactly have you come here, Mr. Potter? We need some help, said Harry, before Hermione could start again. Ah, said Xenophilius. His good eye moved again to Harry's scar. He seemed simultaneously terrified and physically pleased. Yes, the thing is, help me, Harry Potter. Dangerous. Aren't you the one who keeps telling everyone it's their first duty to help Harry? Said Ron. In that magazine of yours? Xenophilius glanced behind him at the concealed printing press, still banging and clattering beneath the table. Yes, I can express that view. However, that's for everyone else to do, not you personally, said Ron. Xenophilius did not answer. He kept swallowing, his eyes darting towards him. Harry had the impression that he was undergoing some painful internal struggle. Where's Luna? Asked Hermione. Let's see what she thinks. Xenophilius gulped. He seemed to be steeling himself. Finally, he said in a shaky voice, difficult to hear over the noise of the printing press, Luna is down at the stream, fishing for freshwater climppies. She will like to see you. I'll go and call her, and then... Yes, very well. I shall try to help you. He disappeared down the spiral staircase, and they heard the front door open and close. They looked at each other. Cowardly old wart, said Ron. Luna's got 10 times his guts. He's probably worried about what will happen to them if the Death Eaters find out I was here, said Harry. Well, I agree with Ron, said Hermione. Awful old hypocrite, telling everyone else to help you and trying to worm out of it himself. And for heaven's sake, keep away from that horn. Harry crossed to the window on the far side of the room. He could see a stream, a thin, glittering ribbon lying far below them at the base of the hill. They were very high up. A bird fluttered past the window as he stared in the direction of the burrow, now invisible beyond another line of hills. Ginny was over there somewhere. They were closer to each other today than they had been since Bill and Fleur's wedding. But she could have no idea he was gazing towards her now, thinking of her. He supposed he ought to be glad of it. Anyone he came into contact with was in danger. Xenophilius's attitude proved that. He turned away from the window, and his gaze fell upon another peculiar object, standing upon the cluttered, curved sideboard. A stone bust of a beautiful but austere-looking witch, wearing a most bizarre-looking headdress. 2 objects that resembled golden ear trumpets curved out from the sides. A tiny pair of glittering blue wings was stuck to a leather strap that ran over the top of her head, while one of the orange radishes had been stuck to a second strap around her forehead. Look at this, said Harry. Fetching, said Ron. Surprised he didn't wear that to the wedding. They heard the front door close, and a moment later, Xenophilius had climbed back up the spiral staircase into the room, his thin legs now encased in Wellington boots, bearing a tray of ill-assorted teacups and a steaming teapot. Ah, you have spotted my pet invention, he said, shoving the tray into Hermione's arms and joining Harry at the statue's side. Modelled, fittingly enough, upon the head of the beautiful Rowena Ravenclaw, which, beyond measure, is man's greatest treasure. He indicated the objects like ear trumpets. These are the Rackspurt siphons, to remove all sources of distraction from the thinker's immediate area. Here, he pointed out the tiny wings, a billywig propeller to induce an elevated frame of mind. Finally, he pointed to the orange radish, the dirigible plum, so as to enhance the ability to accept the extraordinary. Xenophilius strode back to the tea tray, which Hermione had managed to balance precariously on one of the cluttered side tables. "May I offer you all an infusion of Gurdy roots?" said Xenophilius. "We make it ourselves." As he started to pour out the drink, which was as deeply purple as beetroot juice, he added, "Luna is down beyond Bottom Bridge. She is most excited that you are here. She ought not to be too long. She has caught nearly enough plimpies to make soup for all of us. Do sit down and help yourselves to sugar." Now, he removed a tottering pile of papers from an armchair and sat down, his Wellington legs crossed. "How may I help you, Mr. Potter?" "Well," said Harry, glancing at Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. "It's about that symbol you were wearing around your neck at Bill and Fleur's wedding, Mr. Lovegood. We wondered what it meant." Xenophilius raised his eyebrows. "Are you referring to the sign of the Deathly Hallows?" Chapter 21. The Tale of the Three Brothers. Harry turned to look at Ron and Hermione. Neither of them seemed to have understood what Xenophilius had said either. The Deathly Hallows. "That's right," said Xenophilius. "You haven't heard of them? I'm not surprised. Very, very few wizards believe. Witness that knuckle-headed young man at your brother's wedding," he nodded at Ron, "who attacked me for sporting the symbol of a well-known dark wizard. Such ignorance. There is nothing dark about the Hallows, at least not in that crude sense. One simply uses the symbol to reveal oneself to other believers in the hope that they might help one with the quest." He stirred several lumps of sugar into his Gurdy root infusion and drank some. "I'm sorry," said Harry. "I still don't really understand." To be polite, he took a sip from his cup too, and almost gagged. The stuff was quite disgusting, as though someone had liquidized bogey-flavored every-flavor beans. "Well, you see, believers seek the Deathly Hallows," said Xenophilius, smacking his lips in apparent appreciation of the Gurdy root infusion. "But what are the Deathly Hallows?" asked Hermione. Xenophilius set aside his empty teacup. "I assume that you are all familiar with the tale of the three brothers." Harry said no, but Ron and Hermione both said yes. Xenophilius nodded gravely. Well, Mr. Potter, the whole thing starts with the tale of the three brothers. I have a copy somewhere." He glanced vaguely around the room at the piles of parchment and books, but Hermione said, "I've got a copy, Mr. Lovegood. I've got it right here." And she pulled out the Tales of Beadle the Bard from the small beaded bag. "The original?" inquired Xenophilius sharply, and when she nodded, he said, "Well then, why don't you read it aloud? Much the best way to make sure we all understand." All right," said Hermione nervously. She opened the book, and Harry saw that the symbol they were investigating headed the top of the page as she gave a little cough and began to read. "There were once three brothers who were travelling along a lonely, winding road at twilight." "Midnight, our mum always told us," said Ron, who had stretched out, arms behind his head, to listen. Hermione shot him a look of annoyance. "Sorry, I just think it's a bit spookier if it's midnight," said Ron. "Yeah, because we really need a bit more fear in our lives," said Harry before he could stop himself. Xenophilius did not seem to be paying much attention, but was staring out of the window at the sky. "Go on, Hermione." In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through, and too dangerous to swim across. However, these brothers were learned in the magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across it when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure. and Death spoke to them. Sorry, interjected Harry, but Death spoke to them. It's a fairy tale, Harry. Right, sorry, go on. And Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travellers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic, and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. So the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. So Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from a branch that hung there, and gave it to the oldest brother. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided that he wanted to humiliate Death still further, and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother, and told him that the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust Death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by Death. And Death, most unwillingly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Death's got an invisibility cloak, Harry interrupted again. So he can sneak up on people, said Ron. Sometimes he gets bored of running at them, flapping his arms and shrieking. Sorry, Hermione. Then Death stood aside and allowed the 3 brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking of wonder of the adventure they had had, and admiring Death's gifts. In due course, the brothers separated, each for his own destination. The first brother travelled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the elder wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed. Leaving his enemy dead upon the floor, the oldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from Death himself, and of how it made him invincible. That very night, another wizard crept upon the oldest brother as he lay, wine-sodden, upon his bed. The thief took the wand and, for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat. And so Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead, and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad, cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there, and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself, so as truly to finish. And so Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he was never able to find him. It was only when he had attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. Then he greeted Death as an old friend and went with him gladly, and equals they departed this life. Hermione closed. It was a moment or two before Xenophilius seemed to realize that she had stopped reading. Then he withdrew his gaze from the window and said, "Well, there you are." "Sorry," said Hermione, sounding confused. "Those are the Deathly Hallows," said Xenophilius. He picked up a quill from a packed table at his elbow and pulled a torn piece of parchment from between all books. elder wand, he said, and he drew a straight vertical line upon the parchment. The resurrection stone, he said, and he added a circle on top of the line. The cloak of invisibility, he finished, enclosing both line and circle in a triangle to make the symbol that so intrigued Hermione. Together, he said, the Deathly Hallows. But there's no mention of the words Deathly Hallows in the story, said Hermione. Well, of course not, said Xenophilius, manfully smiling. That is a children's tale, told to amuse rather than to instruct. Those of us who understand these matters, however, recognize that the ancient story refers to three objects, or hallows, which, if united, would make the possessor master of death. There was a short silence, in which Xenophilius glanced out of the window. Already the sun was low in the sky. Luna ought to have enough pimpies soon, he said quietly. When you say master of death, said Ron. Master, said Xenophilius, waving an airy hand. For a vanquisher, whichever term you prefer. Then, said Hermione slowly, and Harry could tell that she was trying to keep any trace of skepticism out of her voice. That you believe these objects, these hallows, actually exist. Xenophilius raised his eyebrows again. And of course, said Hermione, and Harry could hear her restraint starting to crack. Mr. Lovegood, how can you possibly believe? Luna has told me all about you, young lady, said Xenophilius. You are, I gather, not unintelligent, but painfully limited, narrow, close-minded. Perhaps you ought to try on the hat, Hermione, said Ron, nodding towards the ludicrous headdress. His voice shook with the strain of not laughing. Mr. Lovegood, Hermione began again, we all know that there are such things as invisibility cloaks. They are rare, but they exist. But the third hallow is a true cloak of invisibility, Miss Granger. I mean to say, it is not a travelling cloak imbued with a disillusionment charm, or carrying a bedazzling hex, or else woven from demi-guise hair, which will hide one initially, but fade with the years until it turns opaque. We are talking about a cloak that really and truly renders the wearer completely invisible, and endures eternally, giving constant and impenetrable concealment, no matter what spells are cast at it. How many cloaks have you ever seen like that, Miss Granger? Hermione opened her mouth to answer, then closed it again, looking more confused than ever. She, Harry, and Ron glanced at one another, and Harry knew that they were all thinking the same thing. It so happened that a cloak exactly like the one Xenophilius had just described was in the room with them at that very moment. Exactly, said Xenophilius, as if he had defeated them all in reasoned argument. None of you have ever seen such a thing. The possessor would be immeasurably rich, would he not? He glanced out of the window again. The sky was now tinged with the faintest trace of pink. All right, said Hermione, disconcerted. Say the cloak existed. What about the stone, Mr. Lovegood? The thing you called the resurrection stone? What of it? Well, how can that be real? Prove that it is not, said Xenophilius. Hermione looked outraged. I'm sorry, but that's completely ridiculous. How can I possibly prove it doesn't exist? Do you expect me to get hold of all the pebbles in the world and test them? I mean, you pretend that anything's real if the only basis for believing in it is that nobody's proved it doesn't exist. Yes, you could, said Xenophilius. I'm glad to see that you are opening your mind a little. So the elder one, said Harry quickly before Hermione could reply. You think that exists too? Oh, well, in that case, there is endless evidence, said Xenophilius. The elder one is the hallow that is most easily traced because of the way in which it passes from hand to hand. Which is what? Asked Harry. Which is that the possessor of the wand must capture it from its previous owner if he is to be truly master of it, said Xenophilius. Surely you have heard of the way the wand came to Egbert the Egregious after his slaughter of Emeric the Evil, of how Godolo died in his own cellar after his son Hereward took the wand from him, of the dreadful Loxias, who took the wand from Barnabas Deveril, whom he had killed. The bloody trail of the Elder Wand is splattered across the pages of wizarding history. Harry glanced at Hermione. She was frowning at Xenophilius, but she did not contradict him. So where do you think the Elder Wand is now? Asked Ron. Yes, said Xenophilius as he gazed out of the window. Who knows where the Elder Wand lies hidden? The trail goes cold with Marcus and Epidemius. Who can say which of them really defeated Loxias and which took the wand? Who can say who may have defeated them? History, alas, does not tell us. There was a pause. Finally, Hermione asked stiffly, Mr. Lovegood, does the Peveril family have anything to do with the Deathly Hallows? Xenophilius looked taken aback as something shifted in Harry's memory, but he could not locate it. Peveril. He had heard that name before. But you have been misleading me, young woman, said Xenophilius, now sitting up much straighter in his chair and goggling at Hermione. I thought you were new to the Hallows quest. Many of us questers believe that the Peverils have everything to do with the Hallows. Who are the Peverils? Asked Ron. That was the name on the grave with the mark on it, in Godric's Hollow, said Hermione, still watching Xenophilius. Ignotus Peveril. Exactly, said Xenophilius, his forefinger raised pedantically. The sign of the Deathly Hallows on Ignotus's grave is conclusive proof. Of what? Asked Ron. Why, that the three brothers in the story were actually the three Peveril brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. That they were the original owners of the Hallows. With another glance at the window, he got to his feet, picked up the tray, and headed for the spiral staircase. You will stay for dinner, he called, as he vanished downstairs again. Everybody always requests our recipe for freshwater pimpy soup. Simply to show them who is the Republican goes, said Ron under his breath. Harry waited until they could hear Xenophilius moving about in the kitchen downstairs before speaking. What do you think? He asked Hermione. She said wearily, it's a pile of utter rubbish. This can't be what the sign really means. This must just be his weird take on it. What a waste of time. I suppose this is the man who brought us Trumplehorn Snorkax, said Ron. You don't believe it either? Harry asked him. Oh, that story's just one of those things you tell kids to teach them lessons, isn't it? Don't go looking for trouble, don't pick fights, don't go messing around with stuff that's best left alone. Just keep your head down, mind your own business, and you'll be okay. Ron added, maybe that story's why Elder Wands are supposed to be unlucky. What are you talking about? You know, those superstitions, isn't it? A-born witches will marry muggles. Jinx by twilight, undone by midnight. Wand of Elder, never prosper. You must have heard them. My mum's full of them. Harry and I were raised by muggles, Hermione reminded him. We were taught different superstitions. She sighed deeply as a rather pungent smell drifted up from the kitchen. The one good thing about her exasperation with Xenophilius was that it seemed to have made her forget that she was annoyed with Ron. I think you're right, she told him. It's just a morality tale. It's obvious which gift is best, which one you choose. The three of them spoke at the same time. Hermione said, the cloak. Ron said, the wand. Harry said, the stone. They looked at each other half surprised, half amused. You're supposed supposed to say the cloak, Ron told Hermione, but you wouldn't need to be invisible if you had the wand. An unbeatable wand, Hermione. Come on. We've already got an invisibility cloak, said Harry. And it's helped us rather a lot, in case you hadn't noticed, said Hermione, whereas the wand would be bound to attract trouble. Only if you shouted about it, argued Ron. Only if you were prat enough to go dancing around, waving it over your head and singing, I've got an unbeatable wand, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. As long as you kept your trap shut. Yes, but could you keep your trap shut? Said Hermione, looking sceptical. You know, the only true thing he said to us was that there have been stories about extra powerful wands for hundreds of years. There have? Asked Harry. Hermione looked exasperated. The expression was so endearingly familiar that Harry and Ron grinned at each other. The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, they crop up under different names through the centuries, usually in the possession of some dark wizard who's boasting about them. Professor Binns mentioned some of them, but it's all nonsense. Wands are only as powerful as the wizards who use them. Some wizards just like to boast that theirs are bigger and better than other people's. But how do you know, said Harry, that those wands, the Death Stick and the Wand of Destiny, aren't the same wands surfacing over the centuries under different names? What, and they're all really the Elder Wand made by death, said Ron. Harry laughed. The strange idea that had occurred to him was, after all, ridiculous. His wand, he reminded himself, had been of holly, not elder, and it had been made by Ollivander, whatever it had done that night Voldemort had consumed him across the skies. And if it had been unbeatable, how could it have been broken? So, why would you take the stone? Ron asked him. Well, if you could bring people back, we could have Sirius, Mad-Eye, Dumbledore, my parents. Neither Ron nor Hermione smiled. But according to Beadle the Bar, they wouldn't want to come back, would they? Said Harry, thinking about the tale they had just heard. I don't suppose there have been loads of other stories about a stone that could raise the dead, have there? He asked Hermione. No, she replied sadly. I don't think anyone except Mr. Lovegood can kid themselves that's possible. Beadle probably took the idea from the Philosopher's Stone. You know, instead of a stone to make you immortal, a stone to reverse death. The smell from the kitchen was getting stronger. It was something like burning underpants. Harry wondered whether it would be possible to eat enough of whatever Xenophilius was cooking to spare his feelings. What about the cloak, then? Said Ron slowly. Don't you realise he's right? I've got so used to Harry's cloak and how good it is, I've never stopped to think. I've never heard of one like Harry's. It's infallible. We've never been spotted under it. Of course not. We're invisible when we're under it, Ron. But all the stuff he said about other cloaks, they're not exactly tenor knut, you know, is true. It's never occurred to me before, but I've heard stuff about charms wearing off cloaks when they get old, or them being ripped apart by spells so they've got holes in. Harry's was owned by his dad, so it's not exactly new, is it? But it's just perfect. Yes, all right, but Ron, the stone. As they argued in whisper, Harry walked around the room, only half listening. Reaching the spiral stair, he raised his eyes absently to the next level and was distracted at once. His own face was looking back at him from the ceiling of the room above. After a moment's bewilderment, he realized that it was not a mirror, but a painting. Curious, he began to climb the stairs. Harry, what are you doing? You don't think we should look around when he's not here? But Harry had already reached the next level. Luna had decorated her bedroom ceiling with 5 beautifully painted faces. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville. They were not moving, as the portraits at Hogwarts were. There was a certain magic about them all the same. They thought you could breathe. What appeared to be fine golden chains wove around the pictures, linking them together. But after examining them for a minute or so, Harry realized that the chains were actually one line, painted 1,000 1,000 times in golden ink. Friends, friends, friends. Harry felt a great rush of affection for Luna. He looked around the room. There was a large photograph beside the bed of a young Luna and a woman who looked very like her. They were hugging. Luna looked rather better groomed in this picture than Harry had ever seen her in life. The picture was dusty. This struck Harry as slightly odd. He stared around. Something was wrong. The pale blue carpet was also thick with dust. There were no clothes in the wardrobe, whose doors stood ajar. The bed had a cold, unfriendly look, as though it had not been slept in for weeks. A single cobweb stretched over the nearest window across a blood-red sky. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked as Harry descended the staircase, but before he could respond, Xenophilius reached the top of the stairs from the kitchen, now holding a tray laden with bowls. "Mr. Lovegood," said Harry, "where's Luna?" "Excuse me, where's Luna?" Xenophilius halted on the top step. I've already told you. She's down at Bottom Bridge fishing for plimpies." "So why have you only laid that tray for 4? Xenophilius tried to speak, but no sound came out. The only noise was the continued chugging of the printing press, and a slight rattle from the tray as Xenophilius's hands shook. "I don't think Luna's been here for weeks," said Harry. "Her clothes are gone. Her bed hasn't been slept in. Where is she? And why do you keep looking out of the window?" Xenophilius dropped the tray. The bowls bounced and smashed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione drew their wands. Xenophilius froze, his hand about to enter his pocket. At that moment, the printing press gave a huge bang, and numerous quibblers came streaming across the floor from underneath the tablecloth. The press fell silent at last. Hermione stooped down and picked up one of the magazines, her wand still pointing at Mr. Lovegood. "Harry, look at this." He strode over to her as quickly as he could through all the clutter. The front of the quibbler carried his own picture, emblazoned with the words, "Undesirable number 1, and captioned with the reward. "The quibbler's going for a new angle, then?" Harry asked coldly, his mind working very fast. "Is that what you were doing when you went into the garden, Mr. Lovegood, sending an owl to the ministry?" Xenophilius licked his lips. He whispered, "Because of what I've been writing. They took my Luna. I don't know where she is. They've done it. They might give her back to me. If I hand over the ring," Hermione finished for him. "No deal," said Ron flatly. "Get out of the way. We're leaving." Xenophilius looked ghastly, a century old, his lips drawn back into a dreadful leer. "They will be here at any moment. I must save Luna. I cannot lose Luna. You must leave." He spread his arms in front of the staircase, and Harry had a sudden vision of his mother doing the same thing in front of his cot. "Don't make us hurt you," Harry said. "Get out of the way, Mr. Lovegood." "Harry!" Hermione screamed. Figures on broomsticks were flying past the windows. As the three of them looked away from him, Xenophilius drew his wand. Harry realized their mistake just in time. He launched himself sideways, shoving Ron and Hermione out of harm's way as Xenophilius' stunning spell soared across the room and hit the erupting core. There was a colossal explosion. The sound of it seemed to blow the room apart. Fragments of wood and paper and rubble flew in all directions, along with an impenetrable cloud of thick white dust. Harry flew through the air, then crashed to the floor, unable to see as debris rained upon him, his arms over his head. He heard Hermione's scream, Ron's yell, and a series of sickening metallic thuds, which told him that Xenophilius had been blasted off his feet and fallen backwards. It's down the spiral stairs. Half buried in rubble, Harry tried to raise himself. He could barely breathe or see for dust. Half of the ceiling had fallen in, and the end of Luna's bed was hanging through the hole. The bust of Rowena Ravenclaw lay beside him, with half its face missing. Fragments of torn parchment were floating through the air, and most of the printing press lay on its side, blocking the top of the staircase to the kitchen. Then another white shape moved close by, and Hermione, coated in dust like a second statue, pressed her finger to her lips. The door downstairs crashed open. "Didn't I tell you there was no need to hurry, Travers?" said a rough voice. "Didn't I tell you this nutter was just raving as usual?" There was a bang and a scream of pain from Xenophilius. "No, no, upstairs, Potter!" "I told you last week, Lovegood, we weren't coming back for anything less than some solid information. Remember last week, when you wanted to swap your daughter for that stupid bleeding headdress? And the week before, another bang, another squeal. When you thought we'd give her back if you offered us proof there are crumpled bang-headed snorecats. No, I beg you, sobbed Xenophilius. It really is, Potter, really. And now it turns out you only called us here to try and blow us up, roared the Death Eater, and there was a volley of bangs interspersed with squeals of agony from Xenophilius. "The place looks like it's about to fall in, Selwyn," said a cool second voice, echoing up the mangled staircase. "The stairs are completely blocked. Try clearing it. I'd bring the place down." "You lying piece of filth," shouted the wizard named Selwyn. "You've never seen Potter in your life, have you? Thought you'd lure us here to kill us, did you? And you think you'll get your girl back like this? I swear, Potter's upstairs." "Hominum revelio," said the voice at the foot of the stairs. Harry heard Hermione gasp, and he had the odd sensation that something was swooping low over him, immersing his body in its shadow. "There's someone up there, all right, Selwyn," said the second man sharply. "It's Potter, I tell you, it's Potter," sobbed Xenophilius. Please, give me Luna. Just let me have Luna." "You can have your little girl, Lovegood," said Selwyn, "if you get up those stairs and bring me down Harry Potter. But if this is a plot, if it's a trick, if you've got an accomplice waiting up there to ambush us, we'll see if we can spare a bit of your daughter for you to bury." Xenophilius gave a wail of fear and despair. There were scurryings and scrapings. Xenophilius was trying to get through the debris on the stairs. "Come on," Harry whispered. "We've got to get out of here." He started to dig himself out under cover of all the noise Xenophilius was making on the staircase. Ron was buried deepest. Harry and Hermione climbed, as quietly as they could, over all the wreckage to where he lay, trying to prise a heavy chest of drawers off his legs. While Xenophilius is banging and scraping drew nearer and nearer, Hermione managed to free Ron with the use of a hover charm. "All right," breathed Hermione, as the broken printing press blocking the top of the stairs began to tremble. Xenophilius was feet away from her. She was still white with dust. "You trust me, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Okay then," Hermione whispered. "Give me the invisibility cloak. You're going to put it on." "Me? But Harry, please, Ron." "Harry, hold on tight to my hand. Ron, grab my shoulder." Harry held out his left hand. Ron vanished beneath the cloak. The printing press blocking the stairs was vibrating. Xenophilius was trying to shift it using a hover charm. Harry did not know what Hermione was waiting for. "Hold tight," she whispered. "Hold tight. Every second." Xenophilius's paper-white face appeared over the top of the sideboard. "Obliviate!" cried Hermione, pointing her wand first into his face, then at the floor beneath them. "De Primo!" She had blasted a hole in the sitting room floor. They fell like boulders, Harry still holding onto her hand for dear life. There was a scream from below, and he glimpsed two men trying to get out of the way as vast quantities of rubble and broken furniture rained all around them from the shattered ceiling. Hermione twisted in midair, and the thundering of the collapsing house rang in Harry's ears as she dragged him once more into darkness. Chapter 22. The Deathly Hallows. Harry fell panting onto grass and scrambled up at once. They seemed to have landed in the corner of a field at dusk. Hermione was already running in a circle around them, waving her wand. Protego totalum, salvio hexia. That treacherous old bleeder, Ron panted, emerging from beneath the invisibility cloak and throwing it to Harry. Hermione, you're a genius, a total genius. I can't believe we got out of that. Cave inimicum. Didn't I say it was an irrelevant horn? Didn't I tell him? And now his house has been blown apart. Serves him right, said Ron, examining his torn jeans and the cuts to his legs. What do you reckon they'll do to him? Oh, I hope they don't kill him, groaned Hermione. That's why I wanted the Death Eaters to get a glimpse of Harry before we left, so they knew Xenophilius hadn't been lying. Why hide me, though? Asked Ron. You're supposed to be in bed with Spattergroit, Ron. They've kidnapped Luna because her father supported Harry. What would happen to your family if they knew you're with him? But what about your mum and dad? They're in Australia, said Hermione. They should be all right. They don't know anything. Genius, Ron repeated, looking bored. Yeah, you are, Hermione, agreed Harry fervently. I don't know what we'd do without you. She beamed, but became solemn at once. What about Luna? Well, if they're telling the truth and she's still alive, began Ron. Don't say that, don't say it, squealed Hermione. She must be alive, she must. Then she'll be in Azkaban, I expect, said Ron. Whether she survives the place, though, loads don't. She will, said Harry, who could not bear to contemplate the alternative. She's tough, Luna, much tougher than you'd think. She's probably teaching all the inmates about rackspurts and nargles. I hope you're right, said Hermione. She passed a hand over her eyes. I'd feel so sorry for Xenophilius if he hadn't just tried to sell us to the Death Eaters, yeah, said Ron. They put up the tent and retreated inside it, where Ron made them tea. After their narrow escape, the chilly, musty old place felt like home, safe, familiar, friendly. Oh, why did we go there? Groaned Hermione after a few minutes' silence. Harry, you were right. It was Godric's Hollow all over again. Complete waste of time. Deathly Hallows. Such rubbish. Actually, a sudden thought seemed to have struck him. He might have made it all up, mightn't he? He probably doesn't believe in the Deathly Hallows at all. He just wanted to keep us talking until the Death Eaters arrived. I don't think so, said Ron. It's a damn sight harder making stuff up when you're under stress than you'd think. I found that out when the Snatchers caught me. It was much easier pretending to be Stan because I knew a bit about him than inventing a whole new person. Old Blackwood was under loads of pressure, trying to make sure we stayed put. I reckon he told us the truth, or what he thinks is the truth, just to keep us talking. I don't suppose it matters, sighed Hermione. Even if he was being honest, I never heard such a lot of nonsense in all my life. Hang on, though, said Ron. The Chamber of Secrets was supposed to be a myth, wasn't it? But the Deathly Hallows can't exist, Ron. You keep saying that, but one of them can, said Ron. Harry's invisibility cloak. The tale of the three brothers is a story, said Hermione firmly. A story about how humans are frightened of death. If surviving was as simple as hiding under the invisibility cloak, we'd have everything we need already. I don't know. We could do with an unbeatable wand, said Harry, turning the blackthorn wand he so disliked over in his fingers. There's no such thing, Harry. You said there have been loads of ones, the Death Stick, whatever they were called. All right, even if you want to kid yourself the Elder One's real, what about the Resurrection Stone? Her fingers sketched quotation marks around the name, and her tone dripped sarcasm. No magic can raise the dead, and that's that. When my wand connected with you-know-whos, it made my mum and dad appear, and Cedric. But they weren't really back from the dead, were they? Said Hermione. Those kinds of pale imitations aren't the same as truly bringing someone back to life. But she, the girl in the tale, didn't really come back, did she? The story says that once people are dead, they belong with the dead. But the second brother still got to see her, talk to her, didn't he? He even lived with her for a while. He saw concern, something less easily definable in Hermione's expression. Then, as she glanced at Ron, Harry realized that it was fear. He had scared her with his talk of living with dead people. So that Peveril bloke who's buried in Godric's Hollow, he said hastily, trying to sound robustly sane. You don't know anything about him, then? No, she replied, looking relieved at the change of subject. I looked him up after I saw the mark on his grave. If he'd been anyone famous or done anything important, I'm sure he'd be in one of our books. The only place I've managed to find the name Peveril is Nature's Nobility, a Wizarding Genealogy. I borrowed it from Creature, she explained as Ron raised his eyebrows. It lists the pure-blood families that are now extinct in the male line. Apparently, the Peverils were one of the earliest families to vanish. Extinct in the male line, repeated Ron. It means the names died out, said Hermione, centuries ago in the case of the Peverils. They could still have descendants, though. They'd just be called something different. And then it came to her, in one shining piece, the memory that had stirred at the sound of the name Peveril. A filthy old man brandishing an ugly ring in the face of a ministry official, and he cried aloud, Marvolo Gaunt! Sorry, said Ron and Hermione together. Marvolo Gaunt! You know whose grandfather? In the pensive. Dumbledore. Marvolo Gaunt said he was descended from the Peverils. Ron and Hermione looked at the ring that became the Horcrux. Marvolo Gaunt said it had the Peveril coat of arms on it. I saw him waving it in the blood from the minister's face. He nearly shoved it up his nose. The Peveril coat of arms? Said Hermione sharply. Could you see what it looked like? Not really, said Harry, trying to remember. There was nothing fancy on there, as far as I could see. Maybe a few scratches. I only ever saw it really close up after it had been cracked open. Harry saw Hermione's comprehension in the sudden widening of her eyes. Ron was looking from one to the other, astonished. Blimey, you reckon it was this sign again? The sign of the Hallows? Why not? Said Harry excitedly. Marvolo Gaunt was an ignorant old git who lived like a pig. All he cared about was his ancestry. If that ring had been passed down through the centuries, he might not have known what it really was. There were no books in that house, and trust me, he wasn't the type to read fairy tales to his kids. He'd have loved to think the scratches on the stone were a coat of arms, because as far as he was concerned, having pure blood made you practically royal. Yes, that's very interesting, said Hermione cautiously. But Harry, if you're thinking what I think you're thinking, well, why not? Why not? Said Harry, abandoning caution. It was a stone, wasn't it? He looked at Ron for support. What if it was the resurrection stone? Ron's mouth fell open. But would it still work if Dumbledore broke? Work? Work? Ron, it never worked. There's no such thing as a resurrection stone. Hermione had leapt to her feet, looking exasperated and angry. Harry, you're trying to fit everything into the Hallows story. Fit everything in, he repeated. Hermione, it fits of its own accord. I know, The sign of the Deathly Hallows was on that stone. Gaunt said he was descended from the Peverils. A minute ago, you told us you never saw the mark on the stone properly. Where do you reckon the ring is now? Ron asked Harry. What did Dumbledore do with it after he broke it open? But Harry's imagination was racing ahead, far beyond Ron and Hermione's. 3 objects, or hallows, which, if united, will make the possessor master of death, master, conqueror, vanquisher. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. And he saw himself, possessor of the hallows, facing Voldemort, whose Horcruxes were no match. Neither can live while the other survives. Is this the answer? Hallows versus Horcruxes. Was there a way, after all, to ensure that he was the one who triumphed? If he were the master of the Deathly Hallows, would he be safe? Harry? But he scarcely heard Hermione. He had pulled out his invisibility cloak and was running it through his fingers. A cloth supple as water, light as air. He had never seen anything to equal it in his nearly 7 years in the wizarding world. The cloak was exactly what Xenophilius had described. A cloak that really and truly renders the wearer completely invisible and endures eternally, giving constant and impenetrable concealment no matter what spells are cast at it. Then, with a gasp, he remembered. Dumbledore had my cloak the night my parents died. His voice shook, and he could feel the colour in his face, but he did not care. My mum told Sirius Dumbledore borrowed the cloak. This is why. He wanted to examine it, because he thought it was the 3rd Hallow. Ignotus Peveril is buried in Godric's Hollow. Harry was walking blindly around the tent, feeling as though great new vistas of truth were opening all around him. He's my ancestor. I'm descended from the 3rd brother. It all makes sense. He felt armed in certainty in his belief in the Hallows, as if the mere idea of possessing them was giving him protection, and he felt joyous as he turned back to the other 2. Harry, said Hermione again, and he was busy undoing the pouch around his neck, his fingers shaking hard. Read it, he told her, pushing his mother's letter into her hand. Read it. Dumbledore had the cloak, Hermione. Why else would he want it? He didn't need a cloak. He could perform a disillusionment charm so powerful that he made himself completely invisible without one. Something fell to the floor and rolled glittering under a chair. He had dislodged the snitch when he pulled out the letter. He stooped to pick it up. And then the newly tapped screen of fabulous discoveries threw him another gift. And shock and wonder erupted inside him, so that he shouted out, "It's in here! He left me the ring! It's in the snitch!" You reckon? He could not understand why Ron looked taken aback. It was so obvious, so clear to Harry. Everything fitted, everything. His cloak was the 3rd Hallow, and when he discovered how to open the snitch, he would have the 2nd. And then all he needed to do was find the 1st Hallow, the Elder Wand, and then... But it was as though a curtain fell on a lit stage. All his excitement, all his hope and happiness were extinguished at a stroke, and he stood alone in the darkness, and the glorious spell was broken. That's what he's after. The change in his voice made Ron and Hermione look even more scared. You know who's after the Elder Wand. He turned his back on their strained, incredulous faces. He knew it was the truth. It all made sense. Voldemort was not seeking a new wand. He was seeking an old wand. A very old wand indeed. Harry walked to the entrance of the tent forgetting about Ron and Hermione as he looked out into the night, thinking. Voldemort had been raised in an ugly orphanage. Nobody could have told him the tales of Beedle the Bard when he was a child, any more than Harry had heard them. Hardly any wizards believed in the Deathly Hallows. Was it likely that Voldemort knew about them? Harry gazed into the darkness. If Voldemort had known about the Deathly Hallows, surely he would have sought them, done anything to possess them. 3 objects that made the possessor master of death. If he had known about the Deathly Hallows, he might not have needed Horcruxes in the first place. Didn't the simple fact that he had taken a Hallow and turned it into a Horcrux demonstrate that he did not know this last great wizarding secret? Which meant that Voldemort sought the Elder Wand without realizing its full power, without understanding that it was one of 3. For the wand was the Hallow that could not be hidden, whose existence was best known. The bloody trail of the Elder Wand is splattered across the pages of wizarding history. Harry watched the cloudy sky, curves of smoke grey and silver sliding over the face of the white moon. He felt light-headed with amazement at his discoveries. He turned back into the tent. It was a shock to see Ron and Hermione standing exactly where he had left them. Hermione still holding Lily's letter, Ron at her side looking slightly anxious. Didn't they realize how far they had travelled in the last few minutes? "This is it," Harry said, trying to bring them inside the glow of his own astonished certainty. "This explains everything. The Deathly Hallows are real, and I've got one. Maybe 2. He held up the snitch. "And you know who's chasing the 3rd. But he doesn't realize. He just thinks it's a powerful wand." "Harry," said Hermione, moving across to him and handing him back Lily's letter. "I'm sorry, but I think you've got this wrong. All wrong. Don't you see? It all fits." "No, it doesn't," she said. "It doesn't. Harry, you're just getting carried away. Please," she said as he started to speak. "Please just answer me this. If the Deathly Hallows really existed and Dumbledore knew about them, knew that the person who possessed all 3 of them would be Master of Death, Harry, why wouldn't he have told you? Why?" He had his answer ready. "But you said it, Hermione. You've got to find out about them for yourself. It's a quest." "But I only said that to try and persuade you to come to the Lovegoods," cried Hermione in exasperation. "I didn't really believe it." Harry took no notice. "Dumbledore usually let me find out stuff for myself. He let me try my strength, take risks. This feels like the kind of thing he'd do. Harry, this isn't a game. This isn't practice. This is the real thing. And Dumbledore left you very clear instructions. Find and destroy the Horcruxes. That symbol doesn't mean anything. Forget the Deathly Hallows. We can't afford to get sidetracked." Harry was barely listening to her. He was turning the snitch over and over in his hands, half expecting it to break open, to reveal the resurrection stone, to prove to Hermione that he was right, that the Deathly Hallows were real. She appealed to Ron. "You don't believe in this, do you?" Harry looked up. Ron hesitated. "I don't know. I mean, bits of it sort of fit together," said Ron awkwardly. "When you look at the whole thing." He took a deep breath. "I think we're supposed to get rid of Horcruxes, Harry. That's what Dumbledore told us to do. Maybe we should forget about this Hallows business." "Thank you, Ron," said Hermione. "I'll take first watch." And she strode past Harry and sat down in the tent entrance, turning the action into a fierce full stop. But Harry hardly slept that night. The idea of the Deathly Hallows had taken possession of him, and he could not rest while agitating thoughts whirled through his mind. The wand, the stone, and the cloak. If he could just possess them Why couldn't he have the stone now? If only he had the stone, he could ask Dumbledore these questions in person. And Harry murmured words to the snitch in the darkness, trying everything, even Parseltongue, but the golden ball would not open. And the wand, the Elder Wand, where was that hidden? Where was Voldemort searching now? Harry wished his spell would burn and show him Voldemort's thoughts, because for the first time ever, he and Voldemort were united in wanting the very same thing. Hermione would not like that idea, of course, but then she did not believe. Xenophilius had been right in a way, limited, narrow, and close-minded. The truth was that she was scared of the idea of the Deathly Hallows, especially of the Resurrection Stone. Harry pressed his mouth again to the snitch, kissing him as she swallowed it. It was nearly dawn when he remembered Luna, alone in a cell in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, and he suddenly felt ashamed of himself. He had forgotten all about her in his feverish contemplation of the Hallows. If only they could rescue her. The Dementors in those numbers would be virtually unassailable. Now he came to think about it, he had not yet tried casting a Patronus with the Blackthorn wand. He must try that in the morning. If only there was a way of getting a better wand. And desire for the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, unbeatable, invincible, swallowed him once more. They packed up the tent next morning and moved on through a dreary shower of rain. The downpour pursued them to the coast, where they pitched the tent that night, and persisted through the whole week, through sodden landscapes which Harry found bleak and depressing. He could think only of the Deathly Hallows. It was as though a flame had been lit inside him that nothing, not Hermione's flat disbelief, nor Ron's persistent doubts, could extinguish. And yet the fiercer the longing for the Hallows burned inside him, the less joyful it made him. He blamed Ron and Hermione. Their determined indifference was as bad as the relentless rain for dampening his spirits. But neither remembered certainty it remained absent. Harry's belief in and longing for the Hallows consumed him so much that he felt quite isolated from the other two and their obsession with the Horcruxes. Obsession, said Hermione in a low, fierce voice, when Harry was careless enough to use the word one evening, after Hermione had told him off for his lack of interest in locating more Horcruxes. We are not the ones with an obsession, Harry. We are the ones trying to do what Dumbledore wanted us to do. But he was impervious to veiled criticism. Dumbledore had left the sign of the Hallows for Hermione to decipher, and he had also, Harry remained convinced of it, left the Resurrection Stone hidden in the golden snitch. Neither can live while the other survives. Master of Death. Why didn't Ron and Hermione understand? The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death, Harry quoted calmly. I thought it was you-know-who we were supposed to be fighting, Hermione retorted, and Harry gave up on her. Even the mystery of the silver derby, which the other two insisted on discussing, seemed less important to Harry now, a vaguely interesting sideshow. The only other thing that mattered to him was that his skull had begun to black again, although he did all he could to hide this fact from the other two. He sought solace rather than every happening, and was disappointed by what he saw. The visions he and Voldemort were sharing had changed in quality. They had become blurred, shifting as though they were moving in and out of focus. Harry was just able to make out the indistinct features of an object that looked like a skull, and something like a mountain that was more shadow than substance. Used to images sharp as reality, Harry was disconcerted by the change. He was worried that the connection between himself and Voldemort had been damaged, a connection that he both feared and, whatever he had told Hermione, prized. Somehow Harry connected these unsatisfying, vague images with the destruction of his wand, as if it was the Black Perhaps because he was determined to make up for having walked out on them. Perhaps because Harry's descent into listlessness galvanized his dormant leadership qualities. Ron was the one now encouraging and exhorting the other two into action. 3 Horcruxes left, he kept saying. We need a plan of action. Come on. Where? Let's go through it again. The orphanage, Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, Riddle House, Borgin and Burke's, Albania, every place that they knew Tom Riddle had ever lived or worked, visited or murdered in. Ron and Hermione raked over them again, Harry joining in only to stop Hermione pestering him. Happy to sit alone in silence, trying to read Voldemort's thoughts, to find out more about the Elder Law. Ron insisted on journeying to ever more unlikely places, simply, Harry was aware, to keep them moving. You never know, was Ron's constant refrain. The Flagley is a wizarding village. You might have wanted to live there. Let's go and have a poke around. These frequent forays into wizarding territory brought them within occasional sight of snatchers. Some of them were supposed to be as bad as Death Eaters, said Ron. The lot of brawling, fighting, remembrance, evils. They said Potterwatch. What? Said Harry. Potterwatch. Didn't I tell you that's what it was called? A program I keep trying to get on the radio. That tells the truth about what's going on. Nearly all the programs are following the no-news line, all except Potterwatch. You don't want to hear it, but it's truly tuning in. Ron spent evening after evening using his wand to beat out various rhythms on top of the wireless while he dialed his world. Occasionally, they would catch snatches of advice on how to treat dragon dogs, and once a few bars of strong love. While he tapped, Ron continued to try to beat on the radio password, muttering strings of random words under his breath. Then something to do with the order told him Bill had a good knack for guessing them, bound to get one in the end. But not until March did luck favor Ron at last. Harry was sitting in the tent entrance on guard duty, staring idly at a clump of grape hyacinths that had forced their way through the chilly ground, when Ron shouted excitedly from inside the tent. I've got it! I've got it! Password was Albus! Get in here, Harry! Roused for the first time in days from his contemplation of the Deathly Hallows, Harry hurried back inside the tent to find Ron and Hermione kneeling on the floor beside the little radio. Hermione, who'd been polishing the sword of Gryffindor just for something to do, was sitting open-mouthed, staring at the tiny speaker from which a most familiar voice was issuing. Apologise for our temporary absence from the airwaves, which was due to a number of house calls in our area by those charming Death Eaters. That's Lee Jordan, said Hermione. I know, beamed Ron. Cool, eh? Now found ourselves another secure location, Lee was saying. And I'm pleased to tell you that 2 of our regular contributors have joined me here this evening. Evening, boys. Evening, River. River, that's Lee, Ron explained. We've all got code names, but you can usually tell. Shh, said Hermione again. But before we hear from Boyle and Romulus, Lee went on, let's take a moment to report those that the Wizarding Wireless Network News and the Daily Prophet don't think important enough to mention. His grumbling regret to inform our listeners the murders of Ted Tonks and Dirk Cresswell. Harry was thick-swallowing with memory. He, Ron and Hermione gazed at one another. A goblin by the name of Gordon was also killed. It is believed that Muggle-born Dean Tonks and a second goblin, both believed to have been travelling with Tonks, Cresswell and Gordon, may have escaped. If Dean is listening, or if anyone has any knowledge of his whereabouts, his parents and sisters are desperate for news. Meanwhile, in Gatling, a Muggle family of 5 has been found dead in their home. Muggle authorities are attributing the deaths to a gas leak, but members of the Order of the Phoenix inform me that it was the killing curse. More evidence, as if it were needed, of the fact that Muggle slaughter is becoming little more than a recreational sport under the new regime. Finally, we regret to inform our listeners that the remains of Matilda Bagshot have been discovered in Godric's Hollow. The evidence is that she died several months ago. The Order of the Phoenix informs us that her body showed unmistakable signs of injuries inflicted by dark magic. Listeners, I'd like to invite you now to join us in a minute's silence in memory of Ted Tonks, Dirk Cresswell, Matilda Bagshot, Gornock, and the unnamed but no less regretted Muggles murdered by the Death Eaters. Silence fell, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione did not speak. I thought Harry yearned to hear more, as if he was afraid of what might come next. It was the first time he had felt fully connected to the outside world for a long time. Thank you, said Lee's voice. And now we turn to regular contributor Royal for an update on how
Bedtime.
the Wizarding Order is affecting the Muggle world. Thanks, River, said the unmistakable voice, deep with a measure of reassuring. Kingsley, burst out Ron. We know, said Hermione, pushing him. Muggles remain ignorant of the source of their suffering as they continue to sustain heavy casualties, said Kingsley. However, we continue to hear truly inspirational stories of wizards and witches risking their own safety to protect Muggle friends and neighbours, often without the Muggles' knowledge. I'd like to appeal to all our listeners to emulate their example, perhaps by casting a protective charm over any Muggle dwellings in your street. Many lives could be saved if such simple measures are taken. What would you say, though, to those listeners who reply that in these dangerous times you should be wizards first? Asked Lee. I'd say that it's one short step from wizards first to pure ones first, and then to Death Eaters, replied Kingsley. We're all human, aren't we? Every human life is worth the same and worth saving. Excellently put, Royal, and you've got my vote for Minister of Magic if we ever get out of this mess, said Lee. And now, over to Romulus for our popular feature, Pals of Potter.
Looking for an
Thanks,
app.
River, said another very familiar voice. Ron started to speak, but Hermione forestalled him in a whisper. We know it's Lupin. Romulus, do you maintain, as you have every time you've appeared on our program, that Harry Potter is still alive? I do, said Lupin firmly. There is no doubt at all in my mind that his death would be proclaimed as widely as possible by the Death Eaters. Oh, at the morale of those resisting the new regime. The boy who lived remains a symbol of everything for which we are fighting. The triumph of good, the power of innocence, the need to keep resisting. A mixture of gratitude and shame welled up in Harry. Had Lupin forgiven him then for the terrible things he had said when they had last met? And what would you say to Harry if you knew he was listening, Romulus? I'd tell him we're all with him in spirit, said Lupin, then hesitated slightly. And I'd tell him to follow his instincts, which are good and nearly always right. Harry looked at Hermione, whose eyes were full of tears. Nearly always right, she repeated. Oh, didn't I tell you, said Ron in surprise. Bill told me Lupin's living with Tonks again, and apparently she's getting pretty big, too. And our usual update on those friends of Harry Potter's who are suffering for their allegiance, Lee was saying. Well, as regular listeners will know, several of the more outspoken supporters of Harry Potter have now been imprisoned, including Xenophilius Lovegood, erstwhile editor of the Quibbler, said Lupin. At least he's still alive, muttered Ron. We have also heard within the last few hours that Rubeus Hagrid, all three of them gasped and so nearly missed the rest of the sentence. Well-known gamekeeper at Hogwarts School has narrowly escaped arrest within the grounds of Hogwarts, where he is rumoured to have hosted a support Harry Potter party in his house. However, Hagrid was not taken into custody and is, we believe, on the run. I suppose it helps when escaping from Death Eaters if you've got a 16-foot-high half-brother, asked Lee. It would tend to give you an edge, agreed Lupin gravely. May I just add that while we here at Potterwatch applaud Hagrid's spirit, we would urge even the most devoted of Harry supporters against.
You might have to make an account to watch it. I don't know.
Harry Potter parties are unwise
No,
in the
it
present
doesn't cost anything.
Indeed,
But,
they are ominous,
but it might
said
want
Lee.
you to
So
make
we
an
suggest
account,
that
like
you
email or
continue to show
something.
your devotion to the man with the lightning scar by listening to Potterwatch. Now, let's move to news concerning Weasley, who is proving just as elusive as Harry Potter. We like to refer to him as the Chief Death Eater. And here to give his news on some of the more insane rumours circulating about him, to introduce a new correspondent, Rodent. Rodent, said yet another familiar voice, and Harry, Ron and Hermione cried out together, Fred! No, is it George? It's Fred, I think, said Ron, leaning in closer, as whichever twin it was said, I'm not being rude, no way. I told you I wanted to be Rapier. Rapier, could you please give us your take on the various stories we've been hearing about the Chief Death Eater? Yes, Reverend, I can, said Fred. As our listeners will know, unless I tell you if you're in the bottom of a garden pond or somewhere similar, you know whose strategy of remaining in the shadows is creating a poisoned climate of... Mind you, if all the alleged sightings of him are genuine, we must... The air of mystery is creating more terror than actually showing himself. Agreed, said Fred. So, people, let's try and calm down a bit. Things are bad enough without inventing stuff as well. For instance, this new idea that you-know-who can kill with a single glance from his eyes? That's a basilisk, listeners. One simple test. Check whether the thing that's glaring at you has got legs. If it
So
has,
when you sign
it's
in,
safe
use
to
your
look into
Apple.
its eyes. Although if it really is you-know-who, that's still likely to be the last thing you ever do. For the first time in
Put
weeks and weeks,
anything.
Harry was laughing. He could feel weight of tension.
Anything.
The silly keeps being sighted again, asked Lee. Well, who wouldn't want a nice little holiday after all the hard work he's been putting in? Asked Fred. Point is, people don't get lulled into a false sense of security, thinking he's out of the country. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. But the fact remains, he can move faster than Severus Snape confronted with shampoo when he wants to, so don't count on him being a long way away if you're planning on taking any risks. I never thought I'd hear myself say it, but safety first. Thank you very much for those wise words, Rapier, said Lee. Listeners, that brings us to the end of another Potterwatch. We don't know when it will be possible to broadcast again, but you can be sure we shall be back. Keep twiddling those dials. The next password will be Mad Eye. Keep each other safe. Keep faith. Good night. The radio's dial twirled, and the lights behind the tuning panel went out. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were still beaming. Hearing familiar, friendly voices was an extraordinary tonic. Harry had become so used to their isolation, he had nearly forgotten that other people were resisting Voldemort. It was like waking from a long sleep. Good, eh? Said Ron happily. Brilliant, said Harry. It's so brave of them, sighed Hermione admiringly. If they were found... Well, they keep on the move, don't they? Said Ron. Like us. Did you hear what Fred said? Asked Harry excitedly. Now the broadcast was over, his thoughts turned again towards his all-consuming obsession. He's abroad. He's still looking for the wand. I knew it. Harry. Come on, Hermione. Why are you so determined not to admit it? Harry, no! Demort's after the Elder Wand. The name's Taboo! Ron bellowed, leaping to his feet as a loud crack sounded outside the tent. I told you, Harry! I told you we can't say it anymore! We've got to put the protection back around us, quickly! It's how they find
Really?
But Ron stopped talking, and Harry knew why. The sneakoscope on the table had lit up and begun to spin. They could hear voices coming nearer and nearer, rough, excited voices. Ron pulled the illuminator out of his pocket and clicked it. Their lamps went out. Come out of there with your hands up, came a rasping voice through the darkness. We know you're in there. You've got half a dozen wands pointing at you, and we don't care who we curse. Chapter 23.
Come on.
Harry looked round at the other two, now mere outlines in the darkness.
Have you been a good girl? Come
He saw
on then.
Hermione point her wand,
Come
not
on.
towards the outside, but
Hi,
into
girl.
his face. There was a bang, a
Hi.
burst of white light, and
Hey,
he
Bean.
buckled in agony, unable to see.
Hello.
He could feel his face
Have a good
swelling
sleep.
rapidly under his hands
Did
as
you have a
heavy
good sleep?
footfalls surrounded him.
Ignorant.
Get up, vermin.
Eh?
Unknown hands
You've been a good
dragged
girl.
Harry
Got your
roughly off
belly.
the ground.
I've got your
Before he could
belly.
stop them, someone had rummaged through his pockets and removed
You're
the
alright,
black
numpty.
wand.
Where you
Harry
gone?
clutched at his
Leo.
excruciatingly painful face, which felt
You shit.
unrecognizable beneath his fingers,
Leo.
tight and swollen, as though he had suffered some violent allergic reaction. His eyes had been reduced to slits, and he
Leo.
could barely see. His glasses fell off as he was bundled out of the tent. All he could make out were the blurred shapes of 4 or 5 people wrestling with little Harry outside too. Get off her! Ron shouted. There was the unmistakable sound of knuckles hitting flesh. Ron grunted in pain, and Hermione screamed, "No! Leave him alone! Leave him alone!" "Boyfriend's gonna have worse than that done to him if he's on my list," said the horribly familiar, raspy voice. "Delicious. What a treat. I do enjoy the softness of the skin." Harry's stomach turned.
Leo.
Thin-haired greyback, the werewoof's permitted to wear taffeta robes, had turned from his iron cell. "Search the tent," said another voice. Harry was thrown face down to the ground. A thud told him that Ron had been cast down beside him. They could hear footsteps and crashes. Men were pushing over chairs inside the tent as they said, "Now let's see who you've caught," said Greyback's gloating voice from overhead. Harry was rolled over onto his back.
Either that or you pay for it.
Shoving in his face, and Greyback laughed. "We needed butterbeer towards this one now. What happened to you,
Or
Harry?"
just
Harry did not answer immediately.
find something to watch on YouTube and then wait for it.
And Harry received a blow to the diaphragm that made him double over in pain. "What happened to you?" "Snow." "Snow." "Looks like it," said a second voice. "What's your name?" snarled Greyback. "Dudley," said Harry. "And your first name?" "Vernon. Vernon Dudley." "Check the lists, Gabriel," said Greyback. Harry heard him move sideways, looking down at Ron instead. "And you, Ginger?" "Stan Shunpike," said Ron. "Like hell you are," said the man called Scabia. "We know Stan Shunpike. He's put a bit of work our way." There was another thud. "Mardy," said Ron. Harry could tell that his mouth was full of blood. "Mardy Weasley." "Weasley," rasped Greyback. "So you're related to blood traitors, blood. And lastly, you're in. Relish in his voice made Harry's flesh crawl. "Easy, Greyback," said Scabia, over the jeering of the others. "Wait just yet. We'll see if she's a bit quicker at remembering her name than Barney. Who are you, girlie?" "Penelope Clearwater," said Hermione. She sounded terrified but convincing. "What's your blood status?" "Half-blood," said Hermione. Easy enough to check, said Scabia, but the whole lot of them look like they could still be Hogwarts age. We've left, said Ron. Left, have you, Ginger? Said Scabia. And you decided to go camping? And you thought just for a laugh you'd use the Dark Lord's name? I don't know, said Ron. Accident. More jeering laughter.
Leo.
Used to like using the Dark Lord's name, Weasley, growled Greyback. Does it mean anything to you? No. Well, they never show the Dark Lord proper respect, so the name's been tabooed. A few order members are being trapped that way. Let's see. I've gone up with the other two prisoners. Someone yanked Harry up by the hair, dragged him a short way, pushed him down into a sitting position, then started binding him back to back with other people. Harry was still half blind, barely able to see anything through his puffed up eyes. When at last the man tied them and walked away, Harry spoke to the other prisoners. "What's to said Ron, landing from outside of him. "This is not the fault. This is the maid. I'm sorry." Harry, it was a new and familiar voice, and it came from directly behind Harry, from the person tied to Hermione's left. "Dean, it is you. If they find out who they've got, they'll snatch it. They're only looking for truants to sell for gold." "Not a bad little haul for one night," Greyback was saying, as a pair of hobnail boots marched close by Harry, and they heard more crashes from inside the tent. "A runaway goblin and 3 truants. You checked their names on the list yet, Scabia?" he roared. "Yeah, there's no Vernon Dudley on here, Greyback." "Interesting," said Greyback. "That's interesting." Crouched down beside Harry, who saw, through the infinitesimal gap left between his swollen eyelids, a face covered in matted grey hair and whiskers, with pointed brown teeth and sores at the corners of his mouth. Greyback smelled as he had done at the top of the tower where Dumbledore had died. Dirt, sweat, and blood. "So you aren't wanted then, Vernon? Or are you on that list under a different name? What house were you in at Hogwarts?" "Slytherin," said Harry automatically. "Funny how they all thinks we wants to hear that," jeered Scabia out of the shadows. "But none of them can tell us where the common room is." "It's in the dungeons," said Harry clearly. "You enter through the wall. It's full of skulls and stuff, and it's under the lake, so the light's all green." There was a short pause. "Well, well, looks like we really have got a little Slytherin," said Scabia. "Good for you, Vernon, because there ain't a lot of mudblood Slytherins. Who's your father?" "He works at the ministry," Harry lied. He knew that his whole story would collapse with the smallest investigation, but on the other hand, he only had until his face regained its usual appearance before the game was up in any case. "Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes." "You know what, Greyback," said Scabia. "I think there is a Dudley in there." Harry could barely breathe. Could sheer luck get them safely out of this? "Well, well," said Greyback, and Harry could hear the tiniest note of trepidation in that callous voice, and knew that Greyback was wondering whether he had indeed just attacked and bound the son of a ministry official. Harry's heart was pounding against the ropes around his ribs. He would not have been surprised to know that Greyback could see it. "If you're telling the truth, Harry, you've got nothing to fear from a trip to the ministry. I expect your father will reward us just for picking you up." "But," said Harry, his mouth bone dry, "if you just let us—" "Hey!" came a shout from inside the tent. "Look at this, Greyback!" A dark figure came bustling towards them, and Harry saw a glint of silver in the light of their wands. They had found Gryffindor's sword. said Greyback appreciatively, taking it from his companion. Oh, very nice indeed. Looks goblin-made, eh? Where did you get something like this? It's my father's, Harry lied, hoping against hope that it was too dark for Greyback to see the name etched just below the hilt. We borrowed it to cut firewood. Hang on a minute, Greyback. Look at this, in the profit. As Scapia said it, Harry's scar, which was stretched tight across his distended forehead, burned savagely. More clearly than he could make out anything around him, he saw a towering building, a grim fortress, jet black and forbidding. Voldemort's thoughts had suddenly become razor-sharp again. He was gliding towards the gigantic building with a sense of calmly euphoric purpose. So close, so close. With a huge effort of will, Harry closed his mind to Voldemort's thoughts, pulling himself back to where he sat, tied to Ron, Hermione, Dean, and Griphook in the darkness, listening to Greyback and Scapia. Hermione Granger, Scapia was saying, the mudblood who is known to be travelling with Harry Potter. Harry's scar burned in the silence, but he made a supreme effort to keep himself present, not to slip into Voldemort's mind. He heard the creak of Greyback's boots as he crouched down in front of Hermione. You know what, Hermione? This picture looks a hell of a lot like you. It isn't me! Hermione's terrified squeak was as good as a confession. Known to be travelling with Harry Potter, repeated Greyback quietly. A stillness had settled over the scene. Harry's scar was exquisitely painful, and he struggled with all his strength against the pull of Voldemort's thoughts. It had never been so important to remain in his own right mind. Well, this changes things, doesn't it? Whispered Greyback. Nobody spoke. Harry sensed the gang of snatchers watching, frozen, and felt Hermione's arm trembling against his. Greyback got up and took a couple of steps to where Harry sat, crouching down again to stare closely at his misshapen features. What's that on your forehead, Vernon? He asked softly, his breath foul in Harry's nostrils as he pressed a filthy finger to the taut skull. Don't touch it, Harry yelled. Could not stop himself. He thought he might be sick from the pain of it. Glasses! Yelped one of the snatchers, skulking in the background. There was glasses in the tin, Greyback. Wait! And seconds later, Harry's glasses had been rammed back onto his face. The snatchers were closing in now, peering at him. It is, gasped Greyback. We've caught Potter! They all took several steps backwards, stunned by what they had done. Harry, still fighting to remain present inside his own splitting head, could think of nothing to say. Fragmented visions were breaking across the surface of his mind. He was gliding around the high walls of the little fortress. No, it was Harry, tied up and wandless in grave danger. Looking up to the topmost window of the highest tower. He was Harry, and they were discussing his fate in low voices. Time to the ministry? To hell with the ministry, growled Greyback. They'll take the credit and we won't get a look in. I say we take him straight to you-know-who. Will you summon him? Here, said Scapia, sounding terrified. No, snarled Greyback. I haven't got... They say he's using the Malfoy's place as a base. Take the boy there. Harry thought he knew why Greyback was not calling Voldemort.
Come
The
on.
werewolf might be allowed to wear Death Eater robes when they wanted to use him, the merest slit in the black
Come on.
rock, not big
Come
enough for a
on.
man to enter. A skeletal figure was just visible through it, curled beneath a blanket, dead or asleep. "All right," said Scabia. "All right, we're in. But what about the rest of them, Greyback? What do we do with them?" "Might as well take the lot. We've got 2 mudbloods, that's another 10 galleons. Give me the sword as well. If they're rubies, that's another small fortune right there." The prisoners were dragged to their feet. Harry could hear Hermione's breathing, fast and terrified. "Grab hold and make it tight. I'll do, Potter," said Greyback, seizing a fistful of Harry's hair. Harry could feel his long, yellow nails scratching his scalp. "On
Come
3.
on, Minnie.
1, 2, 3. They disapparated, pulling the prisoners with them. Harry struggled, trying to throw off Greyback's hand, but it was hopeless. Squeezed tightly against him on either side. He could not separate from the group, and as the breath was squeezed out of him, his scar seared more painfully still. As he forced himself through the slit of a window like a snake and landed, lightly as vapor, inside the cell-like room. The prisoners lurched into one another as they landed in a country lane. Harry's eyes, still puffy, took a moment to acclimatize. Then he saw a pair of wrought-iron gates at the foot of what looked like a long drive. He experienced the tiniest trickle of relief. The worst had not happened yet. Voldemort was not fighting to resist the vision in some strange fortress-like place at the top of a tower. How long it would take Voldemort to get to this place once he knew that Harry was here was another matter. One of the snatchers strode to the gates.
Because they know people will get sick of watching. They have to pay it. Is it not on Amazon? Is it not on Amazon?
The iron was contorting, twisting itself out of the abstract furls and coils into a frightening face, which spoke in a clanging, echoing voice. "State your purpose." "We've got Potter!" Greyback roared triumphantly. "We've captured Harry Potter!" The gates swung open. "Come on," said Greyback to his men, and the prisoners were shunted through the gates and up the drive between high hedges that muffled their footsteps. Harry saw a ghostly white shape above him and realized it was an albino peacock. He stumbled and was dragged onto his feet by Greyback. Now he was staggering along sideways, tied back to the 4 other prisoners. Closing his puffy eyes, he allowed the pain in his scar to overcome him for a moment, wanting to know what Voldemort was doing, whether he knew yet that Harry was caught. The emaciated figure stirred beneath its thin blanket and rolled over towards him, eyes opening in a skull of a face. The frail man sat up, great sunken eyes fixed upon him, upon Voldemort, and then he smiled. Most of his teeth were gone. "So you have come. I thought you would, one day. But your journey was pointless. I never had it." "You lie!" As Voldemort's anger throbbed inside him, Harry's scar threatened to burst with pain, and he wrenched his mind back to his own body, fighting to remain present as the prisoners were pushed over gravel. Light spilled out over all of them. "What is this?" said a woman's cold voice. "We are here to see he who must not be named," rasped Greyback. "Who are you?" "You know me." There was resentment in the werewolf's voice. "Fenrir Greyback. We've caught Harry Potter." Greyback seized Harry and dragged him round to face the light, forcing the other prisoners to shuffle round too. "I know he's swollen, man, but it's him," piped up Scabia. "If you look a bit closer, you'll see his scar. And this here, see the girl? A mudblood who's been travelling around with him, ma'am. There's no doubt it's him. And we've got his wand as well. Here, ma'am. Harry saw Narcissa Malfoy scrutinising his swollen face. Scabia thrust the blackthorn wand at her. She raised her eyebrows. Bring them in, she said. Harry and the others were shoved and kicked up broad stone steps into a hallway lined with portraits. Follow me, said Narcissa, leading the way across the hall. My son Draco is home for his Easter holidays. If that is Harry Potter, he will know. The drawing room dazzled after the darkness outside. Even with his eyes almost closed, Harry could make out the wide proportions